Goodness, here we go again. Right back at it, man. Delayed but never denied. Yeah, man, as you can see, the internet powers that be is trying to come against this game, but we gonna keep it full speed ahead. You dig? Appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. Appreciate y'all for being patient with a pimp this morning. But yeah, we right back at it though. Do me a favor. Y'all already know what to do when you step into a pimp's domain. Wipe your feet off at the door. Hit that like button. Yeah, man. I know y'all probably fed up with Freeze this morning, but it ain't me, man. It's the Wi-Fi. But I think I got it figured out now. I think I've implemented the solution, man. So we back to it. And once again, let me hydrate my game, man, before we get into the shit. Put some love in my body, man. To combat all this hate in the atmosphere. Okay. Let me see here. All right, we looking good, man. We looking good, man. He said, don't get mad because my name is Freeze. Don't get mad at the live freeze, huh? Yeah, nah, we gonna keep it frozen in motion, you dig? Yeah, I think we good now. So, hold on just a second. All right. Now we can get to this game. So, you see a woman in distress with her child. Do you help her? Now, of course, as many of us know, and as we've talked about, man, the world is extremely sensitive. So, people in today's times have a tendency to be sensitive first and ask questions last or never, right? A lot of times when we see things, we're sensitive first to it, and then we ask questions last, or sometimes we never ask questions. We just see things and feel a certain type of way based on what we see, right? It doesn't matter at all what we know about what we see. We just see certain things, and before we know anything about what we see, we feel a certain type of way, right? We see things, and before we know anything about what we see, we get happy. We see things, and before we know anything about what we see, we get sad. We see things, and before we know anything about what we see, we get angry. And the list goes on and on and on. And with social media, a lot of us go through a roller coaster of emotions every day. You see all kind of different stuff on social media that make you happy, make you sad, make you angry, make you disgusted, make you feel good about life, all in one day, every day, right? So, but like I said, a lot of times we don't know anything about the stuff that's making us feel some type of way. And when it comes to certain things, man, it's good to know some details about what's going on before you just take things for face value, or you just take things for what you hear and immediately become sensitive to it and feel some type of way, right? So, again, you see a woman in distress with her child. Do you help her? Well, it depends, right? Now, if you see a woman with a child in distress and you were to somehow, some way figure out that this woman has had people extend a helping hand to her before, but she was ungrateful, right? She may have had, numerous people extend a helping hand to her, but she was ungrateful or disrespectful or felt entitled or whatever the case may be, and she burned the bridges and she rubbed people the wrong way, right? In that case, you might not want to help the chick, even though you see her with her child. It's like, you just putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound because, based on her attitude, she might not even really care about her child. And it might be a situation that you might have to, unfortunately, let take its course so that that child can end up in a better situation away from her. Sometimes it got to be like that, even though it's not ideal, right? But then on the other hand, when you find out details about this woman in distress with her child, you might see that she is an independent, responsible woman who usually is self-sufficient and takes care of herself and her child, but she just, she just ended up in a situation for one reason or another. Circumstances beyond her control put her in a bind, and now she's in a situation and she could use some help, right? But you're going to be able to tell from her attitude which one of these types of individuals she is, right? So, let's see. So I was on Instagram, technically yesterday now, right? And I seen a situation going on Instagram where there was a young lady who was in distress, apparently, with her child. And there was a group of other young ladies. These is all participants in the game, right? The chick that's in distress with her child, she's a participant of the game. And the young ladies, the several different young ladies who were coming together to try to help this chick were also participants in the game, right? So everybody game related, not gang related, but game related, right? So they see this chick, and the chick is, claiming that she's in a situation where, she don't have money to pay her light bill. Her lights is about to be cut off. Her and her child are about to be in the dark with no power, to do anything. So, but she's giving the impression that if she had the opportunity and the freedom and liberty and power to, she would go get down and get some money, right? Now, from the way it looked, these chicks that was trying to help her, one of them was the main one trying to help her, right? Now, the main chick trying to help her was somebody that was a student of a teacher, so to speak, right? If you catch my drift. Now, this student, she's the type of student that wants to, get her teacher as many other students as she possibly can. She want to get as many fellow students in the classroom as she could. And, you got students like that, and that's understandable and it's cool, right? But, this chick was doing that, right? So she's extending a hand to this chick, and she's like, well, I would go try to make some money, but I can't get a babysitter. And the chick was like, well, if you was down in my classroom messing with my teacher, you wouldn't have this issue. You need to come and get out with my teacher. So I guess the girl is giving the impression like she want to join the classroom, right? So the chick is like, where you at? The chick, the current student, telling the prospective student, where you at? She like, I'm in this city. So the chick like, oh, okay, well, one of my HPs, is out there in your area, and she's willing to babysit your child. And she's, she's good people's, trustworthy, whoop-de-whoop. So the chick with the child was like, well, I'm going to try to see if my family member, I'm waiting to hear back from them. I'm going to see if they can watch the child, which I get. That's understandable. I can understand a chick not want to trust a stranger with her child, right? Because none of these chicks know each other, or none of these chicks know the chick that's in distress. The chicks that's trying to help her, I'm pretty sure they all know each other, but they don't know the chick they trying to help, right? So, so she like, I'm gonna wait and see if I hear back from my family member, right? So, they steadily trying to help this chick. And from what I see, because I'm not like everybody else. I don't just see things on the internet and become sensitive to it and just go head first in and don't ask no questions or don't have any skepticism towards people. I'm not that type of person. You know what I mean? I hope for the best, but expect the worst in a lot of situations, right? And especially when I see certain red flags. I've been around for a little while now, so certain movies I done seen over and over again, and when I see how things are unfolding, I can already tell, okay, this movie gonna end like this, right? But whatever the case, these chicks is it's like they breaking their neck to help this chick, and I just get the vibe that she ain't really trying to help herself, right? So the way that they even knew that this chick's situation was going on is because different people follow her and they was looking at her story, and she was talking about what her circumstance in her story, right? So when I go to the story, this is what I see, right? So this is the first post in the story of the chick that's in stress with her child. So she says here, I'm so over all of this. I'm tired of being broke. I'm tired of struggling to take care of my kids. I hate it. Since my light bill won't be paid, I will be KMS. Now, for those of y'all not familiar with KMS means, it's basically saying that she's going to unalive herself. So she's saying because she's tired of being broke, she's tired of struggling to take care of her kids, and the cherry on top is the fact that she can't pay her light bill, she's going to unalive herself, right? So then on the next post in her story, this chick, she says, am I lying? Right? It was another post, I think, as well that I didn't get the screenshot to, where she was saying she was tired of dudes. She gonna start messing with girls. Right? Now, this is somebody that's in the game getting down. You know what I mean? Putting herself in danger and sleeping with strangers, for a piece of change. Right? And she in between here, somewhere before this, she said she tired of dudes. She gonna start messing with girls, yada, yada. So she says, am I lying? And this is a conversation between her and some guy that she's involved with. I don't know if this guy is a client. I don't know if this is her boyfriend, whatever the case may be. But this is the conversation. She says, and I asked for help to pay my bill. And then he say, you see what I mean? It's all good. Forget I asked, right? So she's not even posting what he asked her. He asked her something, and then she must have stepped over what he said and said, and I asked for help to pay my bills. So he say, see what I mean? It's all good. Forget I asked. And then she said, I bet. And then she said, MFers, weird. All y'all want is free shit from me. Free shit. Me and my daughter about to have no effing power, and you can change that. You supposedly want to F with me and want to be my NIGGA, but all you did was buy me food and that's it. So that's another red flag to me right there. She said, you saying this, that, and the third, you want to mess with me and you want to be my guy. So I don't know if he's supposed to be a teacher in the game, but she's saying, I guess she's getting from him that he's claiming to want to mess with her, but all he did was buy her some food, right? And it sounds like she ain't done nothing for him. She ain't, showed any type of interest to that extent, any dedication. She ain't made no gestures. She ain't paid no tuition. She ain't done nothing. And in spite of all that, this guy, whoever he is, he bought her and her child some food. And then she say, what man wants to F with a female but can't support her at her lowest? Right? So then, oh, this is where she said, I thought it was on a different post. Excuse my pimping. She said, this why I'm going to stop effing with Negroes. I need a biatch. So then she said, and then he says 3 weeks ago, it's all good though. I'm not finna argue with you. Right? And then she says, well, if you wasn't so scary about sending some money, we could have been did. So I don't know, she's see this, and this is a red flag as well. She's selectively posting parts of the conversation that she thinks is going to make him look bad. But so far, to me, this is making him look good and making her look bad. It seems like he's willing to help her if she's willing to cooperate with him. But it seems like she don't want to cooperate with him. She don't want no cooperation. She just wants some compensation. You know what I mean? She's expecting him to send her something, and she's saying that he's scary because he don't want to send it. Then he say, this is covering some words. I can't see what that part says, but he tells her, sending you money. See, that's all. See, that's the crazy part about it. That's all you want a Negro to do. I need a broad that's going to help me grow an empire. So he's trying to paint to her the bigger picture. And all she's focused on is the matter at hand that has to do with her. And she don't give a damn about what he is interested in and going through or whatever. So he said, not my broad who just want to be on the receiving end of it. Or not a broad who just wants to be on the receiving end of it. The box is easy to get. Right? So he's basically saying, you just want to receive, but you don't want to give anything for what you want to receive. You know what I mean? And I guess maybe she was trying to throw the box at him, but he like, that's easy. That ain't nothing. I'm thinking bigger than that. This is what I'm getting from the conversation. Right? And y'all could tell me if you see something that I don't see in the conversation. I don't know. Maybe ladies might be looking at it from a different perspective. You might see something I don't. But this is my perspective and what I see based on what I've been through, what I've seen, and what I know. So she say, man, you want to talk about this when I need it bad. I don't got time to be sitting here having conversations. My power about to be off, and you always talking about what I can do for you. Me personally, I can't do nothing for someone who think getting me food is something. And see, that just that's crazy, boy. And I'm sure in that moment when he got her some food, when she was hungry, she probably had a whole different attitude. So I'm pretty sure he conceded, like, man, this chick think I'm a sucker. She think I'm dumb enough to pay her light bill, and then the next time she needs something, she gonna say, all you did was buy me some food and pay my light bill. That ain't nothing special. I really need this. You know what I mean? He sees where it's going with this ungrateful attitude. But then she say, shit, this bill is what men do. I don't know what she mean by that. They make sure they female is straight. So she don't gotta go to another Negro. Right? And I'll get to that part of the discussion in a minute. So then she says, or he tells her, keep playing with me. I always want to post my shit on your story. Okay, bet. So, now she being petty with him. He trying to have a grown man and woman conversation with him. She putting the story on, trying to blast him, putting the conversation on the story, trying to blast him. Because MF is going to see how I get talked to when I'm at my lowest. And then he say, your problem is thinking MF feels sorry for you. Ain't nobody out here feeling sorry for you. Everybody out here going G through shit. Get off your ass and go make something happen and go make it happen. Shaking my head. This shit lame as F. You constantly want to post shit for the world to see. Everybody thinking the same way. I'm just the only one real enough to say it. I do not mind spoiling a broad who deserve to be spoiled, but I ain't finna throw money at an ungrateful mother effer. You lame for this shit, and I'm done with you. 100. Hey, sound like he got a good head on his shoulders. Sound like he ain't no sucker. She just mad because he's not a sucker. She mad because she can't get him to give her something for nothing. You know what I mean? She mad because she's, selling him some empty promises. You know what I mean? Trying to give a man some empty promises about, giving him some box. I gladly give you some box on Tuesday to pay my light bill today. And things like that. And this is the craziest part of it all. Hey man, this is so many chicks in the world, or at least in America, that's like this right now. Now you see her putting up all that fuss and all that attitude, and this is how much her light bill is. $138.01. She going through all these changes. She probably over there changing colors, turning purple and red in the face and all that, boiling hot at this dude because he don't want to be her sucker. All of this for $138? Are you serious? And then look what she say. My shit due and 2 days. I guess she meant to say in. Maybe that's part of your problem. You can't even spell. Bless your heart. But she say my shit due in 2 days. So you have 2 days to come up with this. And see, it's so many red flags with this situation, right? One, she has a guy that's willing to help her. He just don't want to help her the way she want him to help her. Right? He never said that he wouldn't help her. He just wanted to make sense for the both of them, not just her. She only wants it to make sense for herself and not for him at all. Right? So that's a red flag. And then, you have 48 hours to come up with $138. Now, you a female, right? Me, I'm a guy. And, of course, because I got a certain, level of notoriety and respect in the game, it's probably easier for me if I needed it to ask somebody for this than it would be for her, maybe, because I'm a part of a community that, got love and respect for me. It's been shown on numerous occasions, right? So I know that, like, I just believe that I know enough people that I could get this $138.01 if I needed it from somebody, right? And a part of it has to do with, because, not trying to toot my own horn, but I've been good to people, right? I don't do people wrong. I don't owe people. I don't go around, acquiring debts with people and burning bridges with people, doing people wrong and all that. Like, I don't have that kind of history. So, I do have a history of looking out for people, right? Like, hey, my partner, man, I ain't gonna say his name because I don't know if he wants to be put on the spot, but this is just a prime example of when you do good by people, right? See, me, when I do favors for people, I don't sit back and count it. Like, I don't have a log. I ain't got a notebook of all the favors that I did. Like, yeah, man, on July 17th, 2021, I gave my homeboy Robert, $215.37. Then, you know what I mean? On November 11th, 2019, I gave my homeboy Ray, I gave him $189.12. Let me write that down in my log. I don't do that. You know what I mean? So it's been plenty of times where I'll do a favor for one of my loved ones, and then I just completely forget about the shit because I don't be, and that's the thing too. Like when I do things for people, I don't do it with the anticipation of them giving it back, right? Because I learned at a young age that, a lot of times when you do that, at least for me, I feel like I'm setting myself up for failure, right? I learned that at a young age, going through certain experiences. Like if you're going to do something for somebody, just do it because you want to. And don't worry about if they're going to pay you back or not. Just do it out the kindness of your heart. Don't have no strings attached, right? So this is the way I am. And I ain't got no problem looking out for somebody that I rock with. If I got it, I'm the type of person that if I rock with you, and I see you need it, you ain't even got to open your mouth. I'm going to just shoot it to you, right? So whatever the case, right? Probably maybe like a few weeks ago, maybe like 3 weeks ago or so, right? One of my partners hit me. He like, what's up, P? I'm like, oh, some more of it, chilling. What's happening with you? He like, yeah, man, I'm clearing up all my debts, man. So I was calling to see how much I owe you. And I was like, you owe me? What you mean? And he was like, oh, a little while back, man, you shot me something, man. I don't know if you remember or not. And I was like, nah, I don't even remember. And he was like, well, you shot me something, man. So I was trying to pay you back, but I don't remember how much I owe you. And I was like, shit, I don't remember neither, P. Like, I don't even remember what you talking about. So he was like, I think it was probably like 200 or 300. And I was like, man, honestly, P, I don't even know. Then he was like, well, I'm going to just say it was 300, man. I'm about to, he was like, what's your Cash App? So I told him my Cash App and he shot me the little 300, right? So I just thought that was dope. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't really tripping on how much it was, even if it was only $50. Just the fact that he called me long after I gave it to him, so long after I gave it to him that I don't even remember giving it to him, and shot it to me, right? It could have been $20, like whatever it was. Like I just thought that was dope that, and then he said he was like calling everybody who he, in his mind, that he owed money to. And I guess I was one of the people that he, had in mind. He was like, yeah, man, I'm just calling around clearing up my debts. I thought that was dope. You know what I mean? And man, like me and him already been cool, but he don't know how much of a deposit that was in my trust bank account with him. Right. Because when I seen that, I was like, yeah, that's solid. I never had a question of whether or not he was a good partner, a good friend, but that just like boosted his stock with me a millionfold, right? So I say that to say he's somebody that I know I could call right now at it's almost 4:00 in the morning where I'm at. It's 4:00 in the morning where he at too, even though we in different states. But I could call him right now and be like, yo, P, man, I need $140, man. Pay this light bill. Oh, P, don't trip. I'm finna Cash App you right now. That's just one person, right? So that's just an example of when you do right by people, man, these are the type of connections that you're going to have. These are the type of friends you're going to have. These are the type of family members, loved ones you're going to have around you, right? So I say that to say this chick right here got 2 days to pay this $138 light bill. And she's on social media crying about it. Right? And she got several different people trying to help her, but it's not they not trying to help her in the way that she wants to be helped. And then on top of that, she's not trying to help herself at all. Right? So I like what dude said to her. Look what he say. He say, keep playing with me. Always want to post shit on your story. Okay, bet. She say, because MFers gonna see how I get talked to when I'm at my lowest. So she thinking people gonna feel sorry for her because he ain't trying to send her the light bill money, the $138, right? So she say, or he tells her, your problem is thinking that MFers feel sorry for you. Ain't nobody out here feeling sorry for you. Everybody out here going through shit. I don't know what the G is for, but going through G shit, I guess he meant to say, or he is saying. Everybody out here going through G shit. Going G through shit or whatever. I don't know. Get off your ass and make it happen. Shaking my head. So he's basically telling her, like, ain't no, and that's the truth. Like, ain't nobody out here gonna feel sorry for you, especially if you ain't trying to help yourself. I could see if you exhausted all efforts, you know what I mean? You gave your best in every which way that you could, and then you just realized, damn, you know what? Ain't nothing working. I get that. But you ain't even trying. And you expect everybody else to try, and then when they not trying the way that you want them to try, then it ain't good enough. That's crazy. So like I said, she had some other chicks in the game that didn't even know her, that offered her, to help get her a babysitter, to help get her to the location to go, get some ends to make something happen. But she just sitting on her ass. She ain't trying to make nothing happen. Right? So back to the original question. You see a chick in distress with her baby. Do you help her? Now that you know what you know about this situation, if this chick is reaching out to you and you see everything that's going on, do you help her? I could tell you my answer. C. Smith says, I pay the electric bill. Now, I know a lot of y'all got impatient with a pimp because, hold on. Oh, this is the wrong live. Okay. Now, again, I know a lot of y'all ain't in here. The live is very low key at this point, but we're going to take a poll. Now, knowing, after having heard the story, because now let me not put ungrateful, because you might not think she's ungrateful. That's just my thinking, but you don't have to have my thinking. I'm going to just say this woman, because we talking about a particular woman. I just gave y'all a scenario. I gave you some details as to what's going on. You know my stance on it based on the way that I told the story, in the commentary that I gave as I told the story. But, you might not agree with Freeze. You might think that Freeze is an asshole. You might think Freeze full of shit. You might think Freeze is just cold-hearted and, a heartless bastard. You might, and I ain't mad at you if you feel that way. You entitled to believe what you want, and I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to have a vendetta against you. I'm not going to threaten you online. It ain't up when you see me. It's still all love when you see me. It's cool. But if you disagree with Freeze, let it be known. You know? So we taking a poll. Given the situation that I just described, you know, are you going to help this young lady? I wish it was more people in here. Matter of fact, let me do something right quick. Because YouTube was playing, I mean, not YouTube, really Cox was playing with us this morning, man. Tripping. I'm sharing the live so we can get some more people in here. I should have been did this already. And if you would like to share the live, it'd be greatly appreciated. I'm sharing it on my story now. Come on. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Oh shit, hold on. Give me just a sec while I share the live. So far, it's 27 votes. Maybe it's more people in here. Maybe the live is tripping on my end. Let me see. I don't know why it's way more votes than it is showing people in here. Okay, some of y'all would help the young lady. Switch say, nah, Free, she definitely ungrateful. Hey, man, but you know, everybody might think that she's not ungrateful and maybe she's just stressed out and don't know how to express herself properly. The way she's expressing herself, you know, it might be coming off wrong to people. They just don't understand what she's going through, man. That's how some people might feel. Hold on. Where's the... come on, man. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Bam. Bam. Okay. Okay. Now, let me do one more thing and then we can get back to this game. If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, share to... how do I share it to my story? Okay. Okay. That's not the right way to do that. Come on, man. Why is it not letting me share to my thing? Oh, well. It's all good. I was trying to do something. Okay, wait. Nah, matter of fact, I can't do it like that. Hold on just a second. Okay, yeah, I could do it like lots. Okay. Give me just a second. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Okay. Do that. That. There. Bam. Bam. Now. Do that and we good. And we good. Okay, we good. Bam, all right, we good. Okay, cool. Back to this game that we never left. Let me hydrate my game one time, man. Y'all already know what to do when you step into a pimp's domain. Wipe your feet off at the door while I put some of this love in my body. Why the hell did the live pause? Oh well. We know what's really going on. Okay, now. A lot of y'all saying y'all wouldn't help this chick, man. Okay, we got almost 40, pushing up on 40 votes. And out of 37 votes so far, 86% of y'all said you wouldn't help this chick, man. Yeah, man, top of it, man. Like Tupac said, money over these females. Rome, Hammond, I don't necessarily agree with that. Miss Mayberry, good morning. You say your lights don't just get cut off unless they're prepaid. You can get a payment extension. Oh shit. Pressing the wrong shit. You can get payment extensions, etc. She sound lazy, to be honest. When you got a child, you gonna figure it out. No excuses. I got 3 and I be damn. See, Quinteria, you kind of like my mama, you know. My mama had 3 of us, and nah, it ain't none of that, you know. And I can't even front. See, you know, times are a lot better now, man. You know, it was a lot less opportunities going on back when me and my siblings were young in the 80s, right? And we went through some times, man, where, you know, lights got cut off and things like that. And we got a big family. My mom got 9 brothers, 1 older sister. And my pops was in the picture, right? But my mom, she was the type that she would have to be in, you know, dire need to ask for help. You know, my mom's always been independent. She's always handled her business. So, you know, she's never been the type to like really ask for help, right? But we never went no extended period of time with the lights off, maybe like a day or 2. And that probably only happened like, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt and say it happened twice throughout my whole childhood, right? But hey man, you know, moms wasn't sitting there crying. You know, moms went and made something happen and got the lights paid, you know? And this is when I was so little, because my mom, she ended up working for Los Angeles County for, I want to say 33 years. Yeah, or no, 32 years. My mom ended up working for LA County for 32 years, right? And I'll never forget, she started that job on my 8th birthday, right? So when I was 8 years old, my mom started her career, and she ended up being there from the time I was 8 to the time I was 40. Yeah, 40. You dig? From my 8th birthday to shortly after my 40th birthday, my mom worked that job. But I remember before she had that job, right? We was on welfare, food stamps, standing in line for government cheese, projects. You dig? But shout out to my moms, because she's living proof that, just because you might be in poverty, that don't mean you got to stay in poverty. You dig? Especially when you in America, the land of the free, home of the brave. Plenty of opportunities out there if you so inclined to take them on. But yeah, man, I remember before moms had that job, we was on welfare, you know what I mean? Messing with them food stamps, man. See, I remember the days when I was a little kid, man. Your mama could send you to the store. Even though my mom's never did that with us, as far as like cigarettes and alcohol, but your mama back in the day she used to send you to the store with a note, because everybody knew each other. You know what I mean? Everybody in the neighborhood know each other. So the dude at the liquor store, he know your mama. So if she send you to the store with a note to get some cigarettes and some alcohol for her, the dude at the store, he know her handwriting, and he know her, right? So if you was trying to pull a fast one, he already know where to go to line you up for that ass whooping. You dig? So yeah, I come from them days, man. So just on that same token, man, y'all got EBT cards now, man. Let me show you something. Y'all got these EBT cards, right? Oh, shit. Let me show you something. Come from them days, man. You dig? Yeah, man, I come from these, man. What you know about these? Shout out, man. Put a deuce, chuck a deuce. Give me a deuce in the chat if you remember these, man. If you old enough to remember these. If you was old enough to where your mama sent you to the store with these, man. Yeah, man. Put a deuce in the chat if you ever been roasted by your homies, man, because they seen you pull these out at the stove, man. Oh, man. For real, though. Yeah, man. Let me put a deuce in the chat my damn self. You know what I mean? Because I remember these days. Man. Yeah, man. Moms used to send us to the store with these. 50 cents on the dollar. That mean you spend $25 cash, you going to get this 50 piece right here. You dig? You spend $5 cash, you going to get this. Oh, shit. Damn, excuse me. Look at me pressing shit. My bad. You going to get this 10 piece right here. What's this? This should say do not fold. This look like some ancient food stamps. You know what I mean? I don't even think food stamps look like this during my time. These look older. Yeah, see, these food stamps, these the ones I remember. The ones that look like this, these is probably like the first food stamps. These probably got to be from like the 60s or something. You see how I say do not fold, do not spindle. I don't know what spindle mean. I don't know if that mean like put them on a roll or something. But Shit, that shit didn't mean nothing, man. Cause by the time these food stamps came around, these ones, yeah, we was folding them, spindling them, crumpling them, all of that, and they was still getting spent. You dig? Yeah, man. So I come from them days, but I remember during these days, man, a time or two when the lights got cut off. But the lights didn't stay off for long, man. You know? And mom's, she wasn't the type that was, I never seen my mama on the phone. This before social media, before the internet, man. You get on the telephone and call people. The house phone. We didn't even have cell phones back then. Well, the dope man had cell phones and pagers, but that's a different story. But most people talked via house phone back then. A phone that was plugged up in the wall, and you couldn't go beyond the extent of the cord, which, some people had like, I want to say people had like 50-foot cords for them house phones. You know what I mean? And then later on, they came out with cordless phones. But see, back in the 80s, man, a lot of people didn't even have cordless phones. Maybe probably in the late 80s, but I remember when I was a kid, everybody didn't have cordless phones at first. In the 90s, they was more common. People had cordless phones. But anyway, man, even with the cordless phone, you couldn't go too far from the receiver because the signal will start getting funny and you got to get back closer to the receiver. So, man, people walking around the house with the house phone, you know what I mean, making things happen. But I never heard my mom on the phone when the lights was off, because the phone still worked, mind you, when the lights got cut off back then, because the phone cord, the phone outlet, the power for that was, I guess, separate from the electricity of the crib or whatever. But that was the only thing that would work in the house. The water, of course, you had the gas and the phone when your lights got cut off back in the day. But yeah, man, I never heard my moms on the phone get mad at people because they didn't want to do something for her the way she wanted them to do it and all that. No, you know what I mean? I never seen that, never heard that. My mom just made it happen. However she made it happen, I'm a kid at the time. I don't understand what's going on. I just know that, 1 second we got the lights off and then the next second we got the lights on. It's all good. I don't know. Maybe one of my uncles helped out. Maybe my auntie helped out. Maybe my grandma helped out. I don't know. But I know my mom was good with everybody in the family. It wasn't one of them type of situations where she burnt all her bridges and wasn't nobody messing with her. It was like, F you and them kids. We didn't have that problem. You know what I mean? We was good. Shout out to all my uncles. Some of them is gone now. Out of the 9, we still got 5 here. You dig? So shout out to my uncles. The ones that's here, the ones that's gone. Shout out to my auntie. Bless her heart. Auntie will be 81 years old this year. And yeah, man, shout out to my moms who fortunately is still here with us. You dig? But these type of people, though, it's a new breed, man. It's a new breed that we got going on. Then it's like, see, this is what I mean by people being so sensitive in today's times. This is what I mean. See, back in these days, I don't want to offend nobody, but all I'm gonna say is black people, we didn't want to unalive ourselves because we couldn't pay our light bills. You know what I mean? Before this social media era, back in the 20th century, the 1900s, we didn't think about unaliving ourselves and leaving our kids behind because we couldn't pay our light bill. Black folks, can't speak for nobody else, But black folks that I knew, I was a kid at that time, but black folks I was around, black folks I knew, unaliving wasn't really a thing. You know what I mean? Now it was a lot of drugs going on, a lot of dope flowing through the community. So somebody might overdose on some drugs and, accidentally take themselves out the game that way. But far as just, I'm tired of this shit, I'm gonna unalive myself because I can't pay my light bill. Nah, man, black people, we ain't do that back in the day. Black folks wasn't doing that. You know what I mean? Again, like I said, I don't want to offend nobody, can't speak for nobody else. I just know what my people was not doing, and we was not doing that. So it just goes to show you, we in some different times, man, some overtly, extremely sensitive times where a woman with, she say kids right here, so I'm guessing she got at least two, even though in this situation she was talking about one. But whatever the case, she got at least one kid that we know of. Hey, man, you know how selfish you got to be? Not only is she selfish to the extent where she's like ungrateful and people that's trying to help her, she don't want to let them help her the way that they want to help her. She wanted to help her the way that she wants them to help her. And it only makes sense to her and not them. That shows that you're selfish. And then you're talking like this in the same breath that you're talking about taking care of your kids. You're talking about unaliving yourself over a damn light bill. Like, come on, man. See, this is the problem with this overtly sensitive time that we're in. You can't even talk shit to somebody and just keep it real. Give them a dose of reality. Like, bitch, what is you thinking about? Listen to what you saying. You talking about taking yourself out this world over a damn light bill and leaving your child without a mother. Like, seriously. Like, just stop and put that in perspective. Right? And see, it's a lot of things that encourage these type of thoughts. It's a lot of music that people listen to nowadays that encourage these type of thoughts. It's a lot of influences on social media that influence these kind of thoughts. You know what I mean? It's a lot of just all kind of entertainment here on YouTube that encourage these kind of thoughts of people unaliving themselves, right? And a lot of people think that type of stuff is cool, but come on, man. Learn your history. Learn, what type of people you come from. We ain't do that. We ain't weak people like that. You know what I mean? We not weak. We not lazy. We ain't, that's not natural for us to be like that. We not trifling. We not selfish. We not grimy people. We not that way by nature. It's just certain circumstances that come about, influence certain types of thoughts and behaviors, but just by nature, we not that way. By nature, we strong people. We proud people. We get up and make shit happen. And we ain't no lazy people. We ain't no sorry people. We not no out of control emotional people that, commit senseless violence and all that type of stuff like people will have you to believe. We ain't naturally like that, man. We just, certain things happen that encourage that type of stuff. But we ain't like that. And we definitely ain't on some, I can't pay my light bill, so it's over. I'm going to take myself out. We definitely ain't like that. Mode says, Freeze, have you heard of ADOS? No, I ain't familiar with that, Mode. What you talking about? Break it down for me. You crazy. She had a bootleg tantrum. Hey, you need to copyright or trademark that term or something. I don't know I don't know if you came up with that. That sound, but knowing you, that sound like something that you came up with. That sound like your idea. You need to get the rights to that, cause I might make that shit famous if it ain't already. I don't know. I might be out the loop, but that's funny as hell. Bootleg tantrum. Bros out here having bootleg tantrums. How you have a bootleg tantrum? Oh man, that's funny as hell. Bros out here having bootleg ass tantrums. Sepulveda says, I think it's more than just the lights. She probably stressed out about life in general and mad at herself for even having that nigga baby. Yeah, it's probably that too, but you know, I'm sure that got something to do with it. But again, when you look at these screenshots, man, and see the type of disagreement she having with this guy, and then like I said, when I seen the different chicks in the game that didn't know her who was extending helping hands to her, and she was kind of like, she had like a disinterested type of energy towards them, and they don't even know this chick. They just seen her in distress, and as fellow ladies in the game, they was trying to help her out, and she kind of like had like a nonchalant attitude about the shit towards them. You dig? I get the stress, because that's why I said, some people might not agree with me. They might think that she's not ungrateful. She might just be going through it. The pressure is too much for her. I think it could be a combination of both. She definitely ungrateful, right? But at the same time, she might be stressed out, but then again, too, she's making things more difficult for herself than they have to be, right? So oh, a descendant of slavery, okay. Sharif says, imagine if the Evans family from Good Times was weak like that, shaking my head. That show would have been over after the first season. Yeah. Hey, Sharif, you already know, man. Like I said, but see, when you have, and then if you just think about that, like, as horrible as they said rap music was in the early days, as negative and toxic and all of that as they said rap music was back in the days, you never had rappers like in the 80s and 90s. Rappers wasn't talking about unaliving themselves. You know what I mean? Even like underground rappers that I could think of that wasn't signed to major labels. You had Biggie that was talking like that, but it wasn't like a recurring theme in his music like how some of these artists are today. Biggie had a song where he was talking about unaliving himself, but it was like one song, and it was like a creative idea, had a whole like theme to it, and Biggie was like a real visual type of guy. When you listen to his music, it's like you could see in your mind what he's talking about as he tells the story, right? Like Biggie's songs were like movies, right? When you listen to Biggie, it's like watching a movie if you just close your eyes and listen to his songs, right? So that was just one particular song. And it's probably other rappers, if I really just sit and think about it, that I probably can think of that had similar types of songs. But it wasn't just something that was like popular like it is now. Right? And then, again, in movies, from the 90s on back, you might have had certain movies here and there where, somebody black might have unalived themselves in the movie, but it wasn't like really a big thing. You know what I mean? But it's like, right, Wealth Boss, I just was about to say, Brother Lynch, yeah, Biggie and Pac glorified death. But I don't remember Pac trying to really think. I don't remember Pac talking about unaliving himself. You know what I mean? Of course, yeah, Biggie and Pac, the power of the tongue, man, they underestimated that because they both talked about, the afterlife a lot. They both talked about not being here a lot. But I don't recall Pac talking about unaliving himself. Biggie, yeah, we all know the Biggie song, unaliving thoughts, right? Where he talking about unaliving himself. We all familiar with that song. Some of you youngsters might not be familiar with it, but it's popular. Scarface too, but he was in a mental facility as a youth. I'm trying to remember. Scarface talked a lot about death. I'm trying to remember a suicide type of song though. I remember on Scarface's first album, he had the I'm Unalive. I remember that song. Remember other songs where he talked about not being here no more. Pac said it before on Changes. Oh yeah, you're right. Pac did. He had a line. Yeah, is life worth living? Should I blast myself? Yeah, I forgot about that. Lord knows. Did he say something like that on Lord Knows? Oh yeah, you know what? You right. Uh Jim, you right. He did say something like that on Lord Knows. I forgot all about that. But my point is, man, you might have sprinkles of it here and there, but you didn't really, that wasn't like a big thing in our community back in the day, man. And especially like in real life amongst your people, like outside of entertainment, that wasn't something that like it wasn't like it was unheard of. You know what I mean? And even in entertainment, you know what I mean? Rest in peace to Phyllis Hyman. Beautiful woman, man. Man. Beautiful woman, beautiful voice. She unalived herself, unfortunately, man. But you had stuff like that happened every so often back then. Donny Hathaway, rest in peace. It wasn't like really a big thing back then, man. But now, I will say that in the 90s you had like a horrorcore type of oh yeah, you right, Sharif, Born Killer. He said, I have thoughts of killing me, but I'm going to kill you first. I'm having thoughts of killing me, but I'm going to kill you first. And then he say, in other words, I'm heartless, Duke. I don't love me. How the F could I love you? Yeah, that's my shit. Come on, man. You taking me back. Shout out Sharif, you dig? But those lines and themes were for the white audience more so. Yeah, and then it was like kind of like entertainment to a certain extent, you know. 3-6, right? 3-6, Bone Thugs and Harmony. You know, I wasn't like an extremely deep hardcore Bone listener like that, like some people are. But I know Bone was into the, you know, the horrorcore type of horrorcore type of, you know, genre. You dig? They had the, you know, the Ouija. They talked about playing with the Ouija and all that type of stuff. Right, wrong. Phyllis Hyman, man. Phyllis Hyman got a lot of cuts, man. Oh yeah, Roger Troutman's brother. Yeah, took his life and then took his own life. Yeah, you know, I forgot about Roger Troutman's brother. I think it was, is it Larry Troutman? I want to say, dude, bro, his bro's name was Larry. I could be wrong though. I want to say it was Larry Troutman. Nowadays, I think drugs got rappers rapping about unaliving themselves. Rashad, Alon, yeah, you know, because that's another thing that's different about today's times too, is like, you know, you've always had every kind of person out there. You've always had people in the community that, you know, was into the drugs, you know, overindulging in drugs, addicted to drugs and stuff like that. But it wasn't like something that was cool. It wasn't fly at all. You know what I mean? Okay, Delisha. Yeah, I should have known, Delisha. You being from the Midwest, I should have known you knew. Plus, I know how your music savvy is. I knew you knew the answer to that. So yeah, it was Larry Troutman. Took his brother Roger's life and then took his own life. I was deep in Bone. Bone was never suicidal, but they was out there. Yeah, I know they talked about, you know, the Ouija type stuff. But yeah, I didn't remember Bone talking about that. But I can't remember. 3-6 don't surprise me. Spice One. I'm trying to remember the Spice One. Does Spice One talk like that? I'm trying to really remember Spice, because I mess with Spice One. I'm trying to remember Spice One talking like that. I can't remember. But yeah, my point is, you know, like that was never cool. The drugs was never like cool and fly how it is now. Like now you a weirdo and you a nerd if you don't do drugs. You know what I mean? Now, back in the days, you know, your friends might see you as a nerd or a lame if you didn't smoke weed with them or if you didn't drink with them. But it didn't go no further than that, right? Me, I never cared about any of that type of stuff. I did, you know, drink and smoke weed at a young age, but it was never like I was overwhelmed by that type of shit, especially weed. You know what I mean? I smoked weed when I was a teenager, stopped for a long time, started smoking again in my late 20s, smoked for like 2 or 3 years and then stopped again and ain't smoked since. Been like 13. No, I'm tripping. Yeah, it's been almost 13 years since I smoked weed. And drank alcohol. This year towards the end of this year to be 13 years, right? So I was one of them people, I didn't care about all that. You know, I didn't do it to be cool, or I didn't do it because of like peer pressure or anything like that. Oh yeah, Tyler, yeah. Yeah, they do try to put Spice One in that horrorcore type of category. Yeah, Spice One. Brother Lynch Hung for sure. Brother Lynch Hung kind of like the godfather of that horrorcore category. Okay, Malachi, you say that's my cousin through marriage, Roger Troutman. Dig that. It's a Midwest affair, you dig? Why is it doing that? Hold on, man. This is strange. Let's see. I don't know why hold on. YouTube is tripping right now, man. I know it got to be way more than 4 of y'all up in here, but it's showing like it's only 4 people, at least on my end. Y'all done ran these votes up. 76% of y'all said y'all wouldn't help the girl. 24% of y'all said you would help the girl. 80 votes. Dig that. Yeah, Don Cornelius unalived himself, but that was like way later. That wasn't in the 90s. But he do come from that era where it wasn't like a common thing, though. And I tripped off of that, too, because Don Cornelius waited till he was like 70-something years old to take himself out. Boy, that just go to show you, man. You never know what somebody going through. Right, him and X-Rated. You right, Prince. X-Rated for sure is up there, too, when it comes to that. It says 5. Yeah, it says 5 people on my end. But it's obviously more people than that in here watching. It's crazy. But it's all good. Even if it was only 5 of us in here, we going to keep this game flowing. You dig? But let me see. That's how you know it's more than 5 people, because of the likes. You know what I mean? If you ain't wiped your feet off at the door when you step to a pimp's domain, please do so now. Hit that like button. LaCream said he was assassinated. You talking about Don Cornelius? LaCream? Damn, I didn't know Don did that. Yeah, Unique. Don, he took himself out the game. I think he was going through some stuff with his baby mama at the time. Because I think if I remember correctly, when Don Cornelius took himself out the game, he had a young child that was like maybe a few years old or something like that. If y'all might correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I think Don had just had a baby with a young lady not too long before he took himself out the game, and I think he was going through some issues with her. I think, if I remember correctly, I think that's what it had to do with. I think that kind of played a role. Supposedly, you took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say X-rated, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, nah, X-rated for sure. Tony Costello, top of the AM. Blessings. Okay, Tyler, you know what I'm talking about. He said the white girl. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a white girl, but I kind of do remember it being somebody that wasn't black. You dig? Yeah, Sharif, I knew Don had did that. He had some health issues too. Emotional and mental health is so important. Unique, you ain't ever lied. Lakeisha, yeah, he talking about Soul Train dude, Don Cornelius. Love, peace, and soul. Yeah, Don Cornelius, man, he went out bad, man, unfortunately. Spice One and MC8, the murder show in the 90s, a classic. Hey, Rome, for real, you taking me back with that, man. Hey, man, 90s can't be, far as hip hop, that's the golden era right there. Some people might argue and say the 80s, and I mess with I love the 80s hip hop. You know what I mean? Love 80s hip hop, like with a passion. But the 90s, man, the 90s was the pinnacle of hip hop, man. 90s, boy. That's when so many people was taking it to a whole new level. And you had like, man, it was just the 90s was a time, man. You know, if you was born in the 90s, especially if you was born in the late 90s and you don't remember the 90s, you missed it. You know what I mean? If you was born in the early 90s, like 90, 91, 92, you caught like a little sliver of the 90s, but you didn't really, you know, if you was at least a teenager like I was in the 90s, man, it was a time. The 90s was a time, man, especially for hip hop. It was just so many dope ass artists. You know what I mean? And you had to be dope. You had to have some kind of talent. You know, even like the people who we thought was whack back then, if you compare them to today's times, man, they was cold. Right? Like, for instance, shout out EPMD, man. EPMD, one of my favorite hip hop duos, right? We was having a discussion the other day about favorite groups, favorite MC, favorite duo, so on and so forth, right? I put EPMD in my top 5 as my top 5 favorite duos in hip hop, right? Love EPMD. But I remember I had a homeboy, he could not stand Eric Sermon as a rapper. Loved him as a producer, because Eric Sermon is cold on them beats. But my homeboy, he just thought Eric Sermon was just so whack when it came to rapping. You know what I mean? And I never felt that way. It's a lot of MCs that I think are better than Eric Sermon, but I never thought he was whack as an MC, right? But man, if you take any of Eric Sermon's bars from back in the day and put them in today's times, man, Eric Sermon, like, he'll be like the cannabis. He'll be like the Rakim of today's times, man. Not all bullshit aside. I ain't gonna slight today's MCs like that, because you got some cats from this generation that's dope. But all I'm saying is, just overall, if you take Eric Sermon and put him in today's times, you know, he'll kill a lot of these dudes lyrically. You know what I mean? Jim said they both nice. Yeah, but to be real, PMD was like more the MC. You know, Eric Sermon was dope, but PMD was like more lyrical, at least to me. You know what I mean? I love EPMD just as a group, period. They was hard. Like, EPMD was hard. You know what I mean? Like, I still remember being a little kid waiting on the bus stop, catching the bus, riding the bus to school, and hearing Crossover by man, when that shit came out, I remember real time. I think I was like in the 4th grade when Crossover came out. And then even before that, you know what I mean, you got to chill. Like, come on, man. EPMD was hard. But to me, PMD was like the more lyrical dude. Malachi, good looking. He said, bro, you the Rakim of the game. In the words of Corrupt, Rakim never jokes, so why should I elope? Now that's my idol. Check the vital. Yeah, Rakim, he was kind of like my idol growing up, man. Love Rakim. Rakim hard as hell. Redman, Big L, Bloodshed, Big Pun. Man, what you know about that, La Cream? Boy, y'all taking it back with all this old school hip hop conversation, man. The good old days, man, when it was just, man. EPMD solid, especially the first album. Eric had that lisp, laugh out loud, but cold punchlines. Eric had conviction. Yeah, you're right. He had the lisp, but you know that like, to me, that's what made him dope, right? Just it was something original. Like, still to this day, when you hear Eric Sermon on the mic, you know it's him. You're not gonna mistake Eric Sermon for nobody else. You dig? And but see, that's what was so dope about back in the days. Damn near everybody was like that. Everybody was original, man. You ain't just finna mistake people like you can nowadays. And it was like it wasn't cool to be a biter. Like how it's cool to bite people now, to just totally take somebody's style. You couldn't do that back then. IMP, Ill Mannered Posse, man. What you know about that swish? Man, y'all taking it back. Yeah, man. Have we ever seen Rakim smile? Nah, I remember me and Sinful met Rakim one time in Vegas too. And he stopped and talked with us for a minute. Probably like 2 or 3 minutes. But man, I don't think we didn't even have no camera back then, man. I wish we'd have got that picture with Rakim, man. That would have been dope. This is like 2007, 2008. We seen Rakim in Vegas and Bally's, man, which is the Horseshoe now, but he was just mobbing by himself, man. He stopped and chopped it up with us for a minute. Of course, we gave him his props as the legend that he is, and he kept it pushing. Rakim, good people. Shout out to him. Right, facts. I love that Rakim and Eric B never smiled. B Brazy, dope. Yeah. B Brazy kind of remind me of like the blood version of Eazy-E. You know what I mean? B Brazy was a star though, man. Like B Brazy had that star power, man. Like if B Brazy ever would have had that major label push, he probably would still be here. Because he probably wouldn't have been in whatever situation that got him taken up out of here, man. But yeah, B Brazy was dope, man. He had that star quality, just like Eazy-E. Like Eazy-E just was a natural star, man. Like B Brazy kind of had that same type of appeal for him on the blood side, you dig? But rest in peace to B Brazy. Right, absolutely. No style biters. Man, you was going to get ostracized and outcasted, no pun intended, if you was a biter back in the day, man. You couldn't bite nobody, man. It was so many dope ass people on every part of the country. You know what I mean? On the West Coast, we had so many dope people in Southern California, man. You had in the 90s, I'm talking about, man, you had J.O. Felony, starting all the way down at the bottom of San Diego. We had J.O. Felony holding it down for San Diego. L.A., man, the list goes on. I'm going to just say the NWA family tree, everybody in it, plus DJ Quick, MC8, the Far Side. Man, L.A., L.A. just the list goes on and on, man. Then the Bay Area, come on, man, you got Too Short, E40, The Click, Messy Marv, San Quinn, Souls of Mischief, the whole hieroglyphics crew. Man, and then in LA we had Living Legends as well. You know what I mean? It goes on, man. Like then I could say a million West Coast artists that was dope as hell back in the day. Then in the 90s. Then in the South, man, the South was just, man, Ghetto Boys, UGK, you know what I mean? Even though he came out on the West Coast and, you know, he influenced West Coast hip hop real heavy, but he still was from Dallas, the DOC, you know what I mean? Man, Texas has so many dope ass people. Then just the South in general, A-Ball and MJG, Outkast, Dungeon Family, man, the whole Rap-A-Lot, the whole Suave House, Tila, everybody. Then man, Florida, man, what you know about Poison Clan? A lot of y'all ain't even hip to Poison Clan. Some of y'all barely hip to JT Money, but I'm talking about Poison Clan, though. What y'all know about Poison Clan? You dig? Man, of course, the whole LaFace, everybody from LaFace, Chris Cross, with Jermaine Dupri and So Def, man. I could go on and on about the South. Then you got the Midwest. You know what I mean? You got Twister, Do or Die, The Brat. You know what I mean? Bone Thugs and Harmony. Man, the Midwest is Tech Nine. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. The East Coast, man. I could go on and on about the Midwest too, but the East Coast, man. The East Coast, man. The whole Rockefeller. Whether you like, I know y'all don't like hearing about what's going on with Puff now, but Bad Boy was killing shit. You know what I mean? Craig Mack, of course Biggie, Junior Mafia. You know what I mean? Like, man, it was just so many dope ass people back in the day, man. Like, the East Coast just had way too many. You know what I mean? Like, if you talk about Philly, like I said, you had State Property. Who else did you have from Philly? Even though they was kind of 80s, Cool C. And then if you want to mention the 80s too, man, you can't even talk about Philly without talking about Schoolie D. Psst, looking at my Gucci, it's about that time, man. Come on, man. What y'all know about that, man? We talking about some hip hop shit back in the day, though. You dig? Man, but Philly was dope. DC, you had Tracy Lee. New Jersey, the list just goes on and on. Naughty by Nature, Queen Latifah, Redman. Man, it's just so many dope ass people on the East Coast, man. Then New York, my goodness, man, New York. If you just want to talk about before you even get to New York City, man, if you just want to talk about Long Island, man, if you just want to talk about L.I., come on, man. Eric B. and Rakim, De La Soul. Come on, man. EPMD. Public Enemy. Come on, man. Psst. Man, it was just so many dope people from all over the country, man. But you talk about Long Island, man. Shh. Even A+, man. Shout out to A+, man. I know a lot of y'all probably don't even remember A+, man. But shout out to A+ from Long Island, man. Hempstead High, you dig? I know my hip-hop, man. I'm from Los Angeles, man. Long Beach, California. But I know my hip-hop, though. You dig? Yeah, I was a backpacker back in the day, man. As a kid, that's what they know me for. Hip-hop, you dig? They know me for spitting bars. Come on, man. Then, New York City, man. Should we go borough by borough? You know what I mean? Should we start with Brooklyn, though? Come on, man. Like I said, Notorious B.I.G., the whole Junior Mafia, Jay-Z, Brooklyn's finest, boy. Y'all don't know nothing about no damn Brooklyn's finest, man. Man, y'all know nothing about no damn Brooklyn's finest, man. Big Daddy Kane, AZ, man. One of my favorites from Brooklyn. It's a one-man army, yay, son. I never been tooken out. I keep MCs looking out. I'm dropping science like Cosby dropping babies. Enough to make a go crazy. In a G building, taking all types of medicine. Yo ass thought you were better than? Hey son, I keep planets in orbit. While I be coming with deeper than more shit. Enough to make you break you, take your ass. Rhymes I make. Rhymes good as a tasty cake mix. This style, I'm mastered in. Niggas catching headaches, what? You need aspirin? This type of pain you couldn't even kill with Midol. Fuck around, get sprayed with Lysol. In your face like a can of mace, baby. Is it burning? Well, fuck it now, you're learning. How? I don't even like your motherfucking profile. Give me my fucking shit. Blow. That's how it goes. No one knows. You forget. Niggas be quiet as kept. Come on, man. I can keep going, man. But come on, man. Oh, dirty bastard, man. The legend, man. Boy. Man, people don't be putting enough respect on Dirt Dog's name, man. Oh, dirty bastard. Of course, special ed. The whole boot camp clique. You know what I mean? Rock. Rest in peace to Sean Price. You know what I mean? Smith and Wesson. OGC, Original Gun Clappers. Come on, man. Big L. No, Big L's Manhattan. My bad. I'm getting too excited. Let me slow down. I ain't even got to Manhattan yet. We still on Brooklyn, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. Black Moon, Buckshot Shorty. Oh, and then let me slide down the map a little bit and go back to Philly. Excuse my pimping. I'm so disrespectful. How could I not mention the Roots, man? Tripping. The Roots, man. Pfft. The Roots, man. Yeah, we ain't got the Queens yet, man. Oh yeah, M.O.P. Pfft. One of the coldest duos in hip hop history. M.O.P. Come on, man. Come on, man. The Jizza. Another Brooklyn representative, you dig? Come on, man. Brooklyn go deep. Brooklyn go deep. But I could go on and on about Brooklyn, man. I didn't put enough respect on Brooklyn's name. You know, we gonna slide on over to Queens, man. Queens. Queens niggas run, you niggas. Ask Russell Simmons. Run DMC, man. Come on, man. What you know about Run DMC, man? Man, what you know about Queens, period, man? Y'all ain't know nothing about no damn Queens. What you know about Queens, man? The Juice Crew. MC Shan. Roxanne Shante. Come on, man. Biz Marquee, man. Come on, man. Oh, and let me slide back to Brooklyn real quick. Excuse my pimping again. Silly me. Can't forget about Master Ace. Excuse my pimping. You know, he Juice Crew, but, you know, Master Ace is Brooklyn. You know what I mean? And then excuse my pimping again. Let me put some more respect on Brooklyn's name. Psst, you can't never, hey, boy, if you ever forget this name about Brooklyn, slap yourself. Who think they know who I'm finna say, man? When I say, slap yourself if you forget this name about Brooklyn, man. See if somebody know what I'm talking about, man. Nah, we talking about Brooklyn, man. Oh, excuse me. Foxy Brown, her too. We put some respect on Foxy. Yeah. Even though I kind of consider Guru Boston. And of course, a lot of people don't know that DJ Premier is from Houston. But if we're going to talk about Gangstar, excuse my pimping again, Gangstar is from Brooklyn. You know what I mean? They represented Brooklyn. Never take it shorts because Brooklyn's the borough. You dig? So let me put some respect on Gangstar. But no, man, I'm talking about Chubb Rock, man. Yeah, can't forget Chubb Rock. If you're going to talk about Brooklyn, though. You dig? Yeah, you can't never forget Chubb Rock. Yeah, oh, and excuse me. Let me slide across the bridge over there to Long Island again real quick and put some respect on Craig Mack. You dig? Yeah, Craig Mack. Oh, silly me, excuse me. Yeah, Black Star, man. Most Def, Talib Kweli. Yeah, man. Let's get back to this Queens, man. Queens got so much going on, man. Hey, excuse my pimping, man. Let me think. Let me try to rack my brain and remember where this brother is from, man. Where's bro from? I don't know why. Part of me want to say Queens, but part of me want to say Brooklyn too. But I'm leaning more towards the Queens side, man. Excuse my. Oh damn, tripping. Brooklyn, Busta Rhymes. Oh, hold on, I gotta slap myself. I ain't slap myself for real, but I had to make the sound effects realistic. You did. Let me slap myself, man. Busta Rhymes, tripping. There's so much going on. Yeah, the Chubster. Got to put some respect on his name. Now we see we ain't even got over there, Malachi. We gonna get over there, man. We making our rounds around this New York, man. But we gonna get over there where Heavy D is from, man. Because Heavy D ain't the only legend from that area though. But we gonna get over there though. We gonna get over there, man. We making our way downtown, or in that case, we making our way uptown. You dig? But nah, I'm sitting here trying to remember where Pharoah Monch is from, man. I'm torn between Brooklyn and Queens, man. Where is Pharoah Monch from, man? Is that Brooklyn? Organized Confusion? Pharoah Monch? Man, why I can't remember that, man. Brooklyn or Queens, man? I feel crazy. Oh, damn, Fabulous, man. See, that's what I'm saying. Brooklyn got so much, man. Fabulous. Okay, Tyler, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, Queens. Okay, so I was leaning more towards Queens because we in Queens right now. We going through Queens, man. We making our way around, man. See, Queens, man. We could talk about Queens for a long time. We could talk about Queens for a long time. Like I said, man, Run DMC, the whole Juice Crew. I already mentioned them. You know what I mean? Craig G. I want to say Craig G is Queens too. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Another legend. Cool G Rap. Come on, man. Cool G Rap. LL Cool J. Come on, man. A Tribe Called Quest. Come on, man. CNN. Capone and Noriega. Mobb Deep. Oh, excuse me. Let me slide back over to Brooklyn again. I keep on having to, make trips between Brooklyn and Queens, man, because I keep forgetting people, man. But let me slide back on over to Brooklyn, man, and put Group Home. Put some respect on Group Home's name. You dig? Yeah, shout out to Group Home. Let me go on back over here to Queens, man. Yeah, Cormega, man. Even though he ain't 90s. Even though he ain't 90s. I gotta put some respect on his name. Cause he was so dope, man. And he lost his life at a young age, man. And he was just so much doper than a lot of these dudes that came around, man, after him and while he was here, man. But I got to give him honorable mention when we talking about Queens, even though he ain't from the 90s, man. Y'all got to know who I'm talking about, man. Got to put some respect on his name, man. Stack Bundles, man. Stack Bundles, man. But let me go on back to rest in peace, Stack Bundles. But let me go on back to the 90s, man. Let me go back to Queens in the 90s, man. Yeah, Lost Boys, man. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Come on, man. Queens got so much going on. I seen somebody mention Ill Al Scratch. Oh, let me see. I keep on forgetting and remember things about Brooklyn, man. Let me slide back on over to Brooklyn, man, and put some respect on Channel Live's name. It's Channel Live. I'm not tripping, right? Channel Live, Brooklyn, right? Or if they in one of the boroughs we ain't went to yet. I want to say Channel Live is Brooklyn though. Can't remember. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, man. Onyx. We talking about Queens. Oh yeah, excuse me, man. Going back over to Brooklyn again. No, well, she in Junior Mafia. I mentioned Junior Mafia, but I gotta mention Lil Kim in particular though. You dig? Yeah, then going back over here to Queens, man. Yeah, E Money Bags. You dig? And even though he kind of like more 2000s, but he came out late 90s, 50 Cent, you know what I mean? Then, Ja Rule came out late 90s, you know what I mean? Shout out Mike Geronimo. You did? Man, who else we got from Queens, man? Oh yeah, I'm tripping. Large Professor, Main Source. You dig? Man, I know I'm forgetting a lot of people, man. Queens. Of course, Nas, man. Nas go without question. Nas, man. You can't talk about Queens without talking about Nas, man. You know what I mean? Who else, man? Oh, DJ Red Alert, even though he 80s. You know what I mean? Got to put some respect on the OG's name. Yeah, I said Cormega. Or I thought I said Cormega. But yeah, man, we oh yeah, no, Fuji's, we gotta go back to New Jersey, man. Excuse me, man. Excuse me, let me put some respect on Jersey, man. Put some respect on the Fuji's, man. Yeah, Fuji's is from Jersey. Can't forget about the Fuji's, man. Then yeah, man, we done put a lot of respect on Brooklyn, man. We gonna come back. Oh yeah, Big Noid. Matter of fact, the whole infamous mob, the Twins. You dig? I think I seen somebody say something about the Twins in there earlier. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, we probably gonna remember somebody and come back to Queens, man, because Queens just got so much going on. But we gonna ease on across the map to Manhattan, man. Yeah, let's ease on across to Manhattan, man. Yeah, man. Let's talk about Big L, Children of the Corn, Cameron, Mace, Harlem World. You dig? Yeah, Naughty by Nature from Jersey. Oh, damn, excuse me. Excuse me, man. Rod Digger. Tripping. New Jersey. Oh, damn, I'm really tripping, man. Let me stand in New Jersey for a minute, man. Yeah, not just Rod Digger, man, but the whole Outsiders, man. Rest in peace, Slang Ton. See, come on, man. We going deep, man. I'm speaking a foreign language to some of y'all now, man. Come on, man. Yeah, rest in peace, Slang Ton. Then damn, what's bro name? What's bro name? Long Island, man. Long Island. Let me see. What's bro name? Damn, what's bro name? Okay, Long Island, man. Let me see if y'all remember this bar. Oh, R.A. the Rugged Man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Long Island, man. Let me ease on back to Long Island and put some respect on R.A. the Rugged Man's name. See, man, I'm talking a foreign language to some of y'all, man. Y'all don't know some of these names, man. Even if you was around back then, some of y'all don't know these names, man. Yeah. R.A. the Rugged Man. Yeah, man. But easing on back over to, where is we at? We was in Manhattan, wasn't we? Yeah, man. Easing on back on over to Manhattan. Damn, Damn, where's bro from? I don't want to say the wrong thing, man. I damn near want to say Manhattan, but I damn near want to say. Damn, where's bro from, man? Oh yeah, excuse me, man. Let me go back and put some respect on J. Rue the Damager, man. Tripping. J. Rue the Damager. Yeah, J. Rue the Damager. I'm tripping. Oh yeah, MF Doom for sure. Cool Mo D for sure. But it's somebody else that I got in mind. I'm having a brain fart again, man. I can't remember if I want to say they from Manhattan. I can't remember. I don't think it's the Bronx. I really want to say Manhattan, man. Where is Rob Bass from, man? Oh, I'm tripping, man. I'm tripping. Let me go back to Long Island, man, and put some respect on Keith Murray's name, man. I'm tripping. Golly, what's wrong with me? Yeah, let me go back to Long Island and put some respect on Keith Murray's name, man. And then DOS Effects, I think, was Brooklyn, wasn't they? Yeah, DOS Effects, Brooklyn, man. Shout out DOS Effects. Yeah, man. Yeah, Dipset is 2000s, but you know they still back in the day, so we'll put some respect on Dipset's name when we talking about Manhattan. You dig? Oh yeah, I'm tripping again. Let me go back to Queens, man, and put some respect on the Jungle Brothers. You dig? Oh no, Jungle Brothers from Manhattan. I thought they was. Damn, I thought Jungle Brothers from Queens. I'm tripping. All this time, I'm tripping. Yeah, man, Hemp Lord. I listen to 211 from Inglewood, man. One of my favorite 211 songs is with Jay Worthy. Talking about you in mind, keep you in mind. That's one of my favorite songs. Oh man, I'm tripping, man. I gotta go back to Brooklyn again. I'm tripping, man. And I'm really tripping because that, along with the Chronic, Dr. Dre, at the same time, those are my two first cassette tapes of my own, like that I bought for myself. Not, listening to my big brother's tapes or listening to my uncle's tapes or listening to my dad's tapes or listening to my mom's tapes. I'm talking about my own personal first two cassette tapes that I ever bought was The Chronic and Diggable Planets. Reaching. Yeah, man. The Rebirth of Slick. Tripping, man. Brooklyn, Diggable Planets. Shout out. Tripping, man. Yeah, I already said Most Def. Yeah, we working our way to Yonkers and Mount Vernon. You dig? I think K Solo is the Bronx, if I ain't mistaken. We working our way on over there though, man. We easing on down up there, man. You dig? We easing our way on over there, man. Let's see, man. I'm tripping, cause Harlem, man. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people from Manhattan. Oh, bro. I'm having a major. Oh. Immortal Technique, man. Tripping. Immortal Technique. I'm pretty sure Immortal Technique is Manhattan. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Immortal Technique, man. Oh, yeah. Excuse me again. See, man, I keep on having to go back to Brooklyn, keep on having to go back to Long Island. Let me ease on back on over to Long Island and put some respect on Brand Nubian's name, man. Lord Jamar, Sadat X, and of course Grand Poobah, man. Yeah, let me put some respect on Brand Nubian, man. Tripping. Yeah, but Immortal Technique is from he from Manhattan too, ain't he? I damn near want to say from Washington Heights, but I'm not 100% sure. But Freeze, do you agree that Fabulous has been the most consistent rapper for the last 20 years? He's definitely been one of them, but he's not the only one. We gonna get back to the consistency conversation in a minute. We still making our way through New York, man. You know, we gotta move slowly and pay close attention to everything going on in New York in the 90s, man, because we gotta put respect on everybody. You know what I mean? Oh shit. Tripping again, man. Let me go on back to New Jersey, man. Let me ease on down the road back to New Jersey, man. Let me back on up and put some respect on Lords of the Underground. I'm tripping. That was one of my favorite groups in the 90s, man. Lords of the Underground. Man, tripping. Yeah, Lords of the Underground, man. Shout out to them. G-Dep was 2000s, you dig? But shout out to G-Dep, though. But what's the topic about? Who the hottest in New York? Magic Booth, man. See, you coming in late. See, we made our way around the map. We talking about everybody in the 90s that was dope, which damn near was everybody. You know what I mean? But we talking about everybody in the 90s that was dope. We already went through the West Coast, even though it's a lot of people we left out on the West Coast, a lot of people we left out in the South, a lot of people we left out on the Midwest. But we went through Philly, we went through New Jersey, and now we going through each section of New York. You know what I mean? We going through New York. You dig? Oh, I'm tripping. Let me go back to Brooklyn. Even though, yeah, they was 80s, I think, but I got to put some respect on their name. First of all, one of the dopest female MCs, man. Let me put some respect on MC Light's name. You dig? Shout out MC Light. Brooklyn in the building. And then also, shout out Audio 2. You dig? MC Light's brother. Yeah, man. Man. I know I'm forgetting a lot of people from Manhattan, man, but we gonna come back to Manhattan, man. Let's ease on down the road. Let's jump on the ferry, man, and ease on across that water, man, to Shaolin, man. Let's go to the depths of Shaolin, man. Yeah, we got to go to Shaolin, man. So much going on in Shaolin. You know what I mean? Shout out Method Man. You dig? Shout out the RZA. You dig? Shout out the Rebel INS. Inspector Deck. You dig? Shout out Ghostface Killer. You dig? Shout out the Chef, Raekwon. You dig? Shout out the You God. You dig? And shout out Master Killer. You dig? And shout out Shaheem. You dig? Shout out Killer Army. You dig? Shout out Sons of Man. You dig? Yeah, man, it's a lot going on in that Shaolin, man. Yeah, man. And even though he ain't really 90s, he's kind of like early 2000s. Since we talking about Shaolin, we gonna talk about True Life, man. Shout out True Life. Yeah, man. If what you say is true, the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. You dig? Oh, a Capadonna. Excuse my pimping. I'm tripping. Yeah, Capadonna, man. Yeah, man. I'm a hip hop head for real though. You dig? All regions, all flavors. You know, I love hip hop, man. Double X Posse, New Jersey. Ronaldo Jason, you might be saying something that I might not be familiar with. That's probably about the only thing I done heard this morning that I ain't familiar with, Double X Posse. But if you play me one of their songs, I probably know they shit. You dig? But shout out to them, New Jersey, you dig? Yeah, man. So let's ease on down the highway, man. We gotta go to the birthplace, man. We gotta go to the birth where it all started, man. We gotta go to the BX. Oh man, excuse me. Malachi, man, excuse me. Let me go on back to Brooklyn, man. Let me ease on cross the ferry back to Brooklyn, man. Let me jump on that ferry real quick. Go back to Brooklyn, man, and put some respect on Camp Low. Excuse my pimping. You did Camp Low. Oh, I thought Camp Low was from Brooklyn, man. They from Harlem? Tripping. Let me go on to Harlem then and put some respect on Camp Low. Man, I thought they was from Brooklyn. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, let's go back to to the birth where it all started, man. And we're going to talk about where it all started, even though we talking about 90s. See, this the birthplace. This the Mecca. We got to go back. We got to put some respect on DJ Kool Herc, you dig? Yeah, I said Sons of Man. You know, Killer Priest was a member of Sons of Man. Shout out Killer Priest. You dig? But yeah, we got to put some respect on DJ Kool Herc. You dig? Yeah. DJ Kool Herc, man. Then we got to talk about Curtis Blow. Yeah, man, we got to talk about Curtis Blow as well. You dig? The Bronx, boy, the Bronx go deep. Got to talk about DJ Kool Herc. You got to talk about Curtis Blow. You got to put some respect on Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. You dig? And you got to put some respect on Africa Bambaataa. I don't care what Thy Sign talking about. Yeah, we put some respect on Africa Bambaataa, you dig? So moving on up to the 90s, man. Oh, and let's take a stop in the 80s real quick. Put some respect on Scott LaRock's name. You know what I mean? Long live Scott LaRock. Yeah, then we gonna ease into these 90s, man. Talking about KRS-One, the teacher. You dig? The educator. KRS-One. Come on, man. And then, matter of fact, we just gonna bounce around 80s, 90s, all that, man, because the Bronx goes so deep. Yeah, man. What about Dougie Fresh, Slick Rick, MC Ricky D? Come on, man. Talking about the BX. Wah da da dang, wah da 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 dang. Listen to my 9mm go bang. Come on, man. Yeah. BDP. You dig? Boogie Down Productions, man. Yeah, man. D Nice. Yeah, man. Oh, Just Ice. Can't forget about Just Ice. Yeah, but then if you talking about the 90s, man, you got to talk about the whole Terror Squad. You know what I mean? Terror Squad, man. Big Pun, Cuban Links. Then you got to talk about the beat. Wait, I'm tripping. Yeah, Beat Nuts is from the Bronx. Okay, I got it right. Beat Nuts. You know what I mean? Uh, DJ Tony Touch. Tony Toka. You did? Yeah, of course, DITC, Digging in the Crates crew. You know what I mean? Even though you had some of DITC in different boroughs. Shout out to Big L. You know? Yeah, DITC, man. Shout out OC. Yeah, shout out Lord Tariq and Peter Guns. Swiss Beats. Yeah, man. Bronx got a lot going on. Dana Dane. Dana Dane. Is Dana Dane the Bronx? Is Dana Dane the Bronx? Divine. Hey, Divine, I think you coming in late. He said, look all you OGs making me proud. Yeah, we taking a trip down memory lane, man. Put some respect on all the old school cats, man. Cross country, but we been taking a lot of time in New York though. You know what I mean? But see, just like New York got a whole lot of artists, man, California it's a whole lot of people from California that I didn't mention. So after we get done with New York, man, we might have to take a trip back to Cali, man, and go through a whole lot of people, man, because it's a whole lot of people. There's a whole lot of people we ain't talk about in Cali, man. Oh, my bad. Let me go back. Even though they both really not 90s, but they like early 2000s. But back to Brooklyn real quick. Put some respect on Papoose name. Then, you know what I mean, we go back to the Bronx, man, and yeah, Remy Ma. Put some respect on her name, you dig? Yeah, shout out Cool Keith. You know what I mean? Stetson Sonic. You dig? DJ Prince Paul. Come on, man. Come on, man. What y'all know about some of this stuff, man? Yeah, what y'all know about some of this stuff, man? Oh yeah, rest in peace, Fred the Godson. For sure. Gotta put some respect on his name. Yeah. Yeah, man. Wayne Hunters. Dig that. Yeah, he said, let's go back to Frisco. Hold on, man. We got to take our time. We still trekking through NY. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, shout out to Lady Luck. I think Lady Luck is from Brooklyn, if I ain't mistaken. Can't remember. But, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, Special K. Oh, shit. Special K. It's a Special K from California, too. Let me see, man. Okay, so we done put a lot of respect on the Bronx. Let's ease on down the road just a little bit, man. A little bit down the street from the BX, man. And take a trip through that Yonkers, man. Let's slide through that Yonkers one time, man. Yeah, shout out to LOX, man. Shout out to the Locks. Shout out DMX. Even though he ain't really 90s like that, but shout out J Hood. And shout out, of course, the queen of hip hop soul, man, Mary J. Blige, man. Yeah, you can't talk about Yonkers without talking about Mary J. You can't talk about Y.O. without talking about Mary J. You dig? Yeah, we mentioned main source earlier, Guy Rogers. Oh yeah, DJ Marley Marl. I didn't mention him, even though I mentioned the Juice Crew though. So Marley Marl's up in there. Yeah, man. Then let's ease on down the road again, man. Just a little bit to Money Earning Mount Vernon, man. Yeah, let's ease on over there one time, man. Yeah, Heavy D and the boys. Rest in peace, Heavy D. Gotta put some respect on it, man. Rest in peace, Trouble T. Roy. You dig? Yeah. You can't mention Money Earning Mount Vernon without mentioning Trouble T. Roy. You dig? Yeah, man. Oh shit. Excuse me. Magic Booth. You got me. Yeah, man. Let me ease on back. Let me ease on back to Manhattan and put some respect on Black Rob name, man. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Black Rob. You dig? Now let's get on back on over to Money Earning Mount Vernon and put some respect on Pete Rock and CL Smooth, man. Come on, man. Pete Rock and CL Smooth, you dig? Yeah, and you gotta put some respect on Andre Harrell's name. Uptown Records. You dig? And even though I know a lot of y'all ain't feeling Puff right now, and Puff, he pushed Harlem real heavy, but Puff really kind of like, he part Harlem, part Mount Vernon as well. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Puff got a whole lot of Mount Vernon in him too, you dig? Yeah, then if we gonna talk about Money Earning Mount Vernon, man, we gotta mention Al B. Shore, you dig? Yeah, shout out to Al B. Shore, man. Yeah, man, a lot of y'all be forgetting about Money Earning Mount Vernon, man. Yeah. Shout out to Al B. Shore. Yeah, I mentioned So Def earlier when we was talking about the South. You dig? But yeah, man, we done put a lot of respect on New York, man. Even though they ain't 90s, man, we gotta slide on up the road a little bit, slide on up the map. Oh, excuse me, before we get on over there, we can still stick around in the 90s and slide on up to trying to remember where bro from. Part of me want to say New Rochelle, part of me want to say Rochester, but I'm leaning more towards, damn, I can't remember if it's New Rochelle or Rochester, man, but yeah, man, Stevie J, man. Shout out to Stevie J. Whichever one he from, New Rochelle or Rochester, man, shout out to Stevie J. You dig? Now, even though, again, like I said, they ain't 90s, man, you know, they done put on so heavily for their region, man. I got to put some respect on their name. And, you know, a lot of people don't put enough respect on their name. But we got to slide on up the road to Buffalo, man, and shout out Griselda, man. Yeah, shout out the whole Griselda camp. You dig? Oh, and I'm tripping. I got to, even though he ain't 90s either as well, but let me put some respect on Rock Marciano. I just like Rock Marciano. He dope. Been dope for a long time. I remember Rock Marciano from the early 2000s, unlike a lot of y'all. Yeah, Ronaldo Jason, I kind of was leaning, Divine, I kind of was leaning more towards Rochester. I wasn't for sure, though. You dig? But, yeah. Back to Buffalo, man. Yeah, Griselda, man. West Side Gun. Conway the Machine. The Butcher coming, nigga. Benny the Butcher, man. You dig? Yeah, and of course, yeah, we got to put some respect on Rick James' name, too. When we talk about Buffalo, you can't talk about Buffalo without talking about Rick James, bitch. Yeah, man, shout out to Rick James, you dig? So we done put a lot of respect on New York, man. Shout out to New York, man. They got a rich, rich history when it comes to this hip-hop shit, man. You dig? We put a lot of respect on a lot of people out that New York State from the 90s and a little bit of the 2000s, a little bit of the 80s, and even a little bit of the 70s, man. Yeah, we put a lot of respect on New York, man. But shit, man, we gotta, cause we went so deep with New York, man. We gotta go deep with the West Coast. We gotta take it on back to the West Coast, man. You know what I mean? Now, just like we went borough by borough, city by city, when it come to New York, we gotta go city by city, region by region, section by section. When it come to this California, man. Yeah, let me start it from the tippy, man. Oh yeah, shout out Mariah Carey too, even though she ain't fully hip hop, but she got a little hip hop in her. You know what I mean? You're gonna talk about Manhattan, you gotta talk about Mariah Carey. So shout out Mariah Carey. You dig? But yeah, man, back to this good old West Coast. You know, if you gonna talk about San Diego, man, you gotta talk about J.O. Felony. You got to talk about Big June. Shout out Big June. You know what I mean? And you got to talk about Mitchie Slick in The Wrong Kind. You know what I mean? Shout out Damu. Shout out Tiny Do. You dig? Yeah, man. Now, easing on up that 405, that 5 to that 405 freeway, man. Yeah, we put some respect on Chubb Rock name. You know we couldn't leave him out. Oh, I'm tripping, man. Divine, man. Yeah, my bad. Drag On, man. Let me put some respect on Drag On's name. Excuse my pimping. Yeah, but oh, and also, you know, speaking of San Diego, Lil CS, man. A lot of y'all ain't hip to Lil CS, but shout out to Lil CS. You dig? You gonna talk about San Diego, you gotta talk about Lil CS. Okay, Cricket 619, I ain't hip to Cricket, but shout out to Cricket 619, you dig? Now, easing on up that 5 freeway to that 405, man. You know we gotta stop in my city, man. You know we got to stop in that LBC, man, that Long Beach, you dig? Yeah, man. Okay. First and foremost, man, you can't say nothing about hip-hop, period. But especially Long Beach without mentioning Snoop Dogg, man. We even going to say, for the sake of the 90s, man, we going to say Snoop Doggy Dogg. A lot of y'all know Snoop Dogg. But we gonna talk about Snoop Doggy Dogg, you dig? Gotta put respect on Snoop Dogg's name. Come on, man. Rest in peace, Nate Dogg. Gotta put some respect on Nate Dogg. Q-Max said, Freeze, you a hip-hop encyclopedia. Yeah, man, I love this hip-hop shit, man. That's my culture, you dig? Of course, I'm some pimping, but I'm a hip-hop connoisseur. You know what I mean? Probably the only thing I know as good as this game is hip hop, for sure. But yeah, man. Rest in peace, Nate Dogg. Warren G. You know what I mean? Got to put some respect on Warren G. Got to put some respect on the twins. You know what I mean? Waniac and Trip Loke. You dig? See, man, we gonna talk about some real West Coast Long Beach hip hop shit, man. What y'all know about Folsom? Yeah. Gotta put some respect on Folsom. You know what I mean? If we talking about Long Beach hip hop, you gotta mention Folsom. And you also gotta mention the Mexicans. You know what I mean? Shout out to the group The Mexicans. See, a lot of y'all don't remember the Mexicans, man. And even if you do remember the Mexicans, you probably didn't know that the Mexicans was from Long Beach. You dig? Yeah, man. Yeah, we gonna take a little bit of time with Long Beach because you know that's my city, so I'm familiar with everything coming up out of Long Beach, man. But yeah, man, the Mexicans, you dig? I already said Folsom, the Dove Shack, You know what I mean? Shout out Bo Rock. Shout out Two Scoop. Shout out C Knight. I think C Knight passed away too, if I'm mistaken. Let me see. Let me. I don't want to put nothing wrong on the homie. Let me see, man. Yeah, man. C Knight did pass away. I knew I wasn't tripping. He passed away in November last year. Rest in peace to the homie C Knight from the Dove Shack. That's from the LBC. I ain't never know that. Who you talking about, Divine? You talking about Dove Shack? I don't know if that's who you talking about. But yeah, Dove Shack was from Long Beach for sure. They had the song Summertime in the LBC. How could you not know? Yeah, man. Summertime in the LBC. That's the Dove Shack, man. But yeah, let's continue, man. Yeah, the Dove Shack. Even though all of them wasn't from Long Beach, but some of them was from Long Beach. Shout out to the 5-footers. Doggy's Angels. You know what I mean? Can't remember the name of the group that bro was in, but Quick to Mac. Shout out to Quick to Mac. Lil Half Dead. You know what I mean? See, I'm digging deep before I just hit with the typical ones y'all familiar with, man. But yeah, Swoop G. Yeah, man. Of course, Big C Style, Lil C Style, Superfly. Yeah, man. Let's see, man. We gotta go deep with this Long Beach shit, man. Of course, Trey D, Goldie Loke, Butch Cassidy. You know what I mean? Badass. Yeah, Divine, I said the Mexicans already. See, you know your shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Oh, you saying the Mexicans. You saying you didn't know the Mexicans was from Long Beach. Yeah, the Mexicans is from Long Beach, man. A lot of cats don't remember the Mexicans. Oh, excuse me, man. Let me go back to the East Coast real quick. Take a quick stop in New Jersey. Chino XL. Much respect on Chino XL name. Back to the West Coast. Okay, we back in Long Beach. I just had to shoot to the East Coast real quick and put some respect on Chino XL name real quick. Now we back in Long Beach. All right. Where was I? Who did I just mention? Butch Cassidy was the last name that I mentioned. Even though they try to put bro Long Beach, he really from Wilmington, I believe. I'm gonna save him because he ain't really, even though the press has tried to make him Long Beach, but he ain't Long Beach. He a little bit down the road. Oh, Domino is originally from St. Louis, Marshall. I didn't know that. Shout out to Domino though. You dig? Shout out to C Note. You know what I mean? From the Bloods and Crips album. Yeah, Long Beach. You know what I mean? Shout out to the LBC crew. I already mentioned Big C Style, Lil C Style. I already mentioned Trey D. But shout out to South Central. And shout out to Technique. Right? Also, shout out to Perfect. Now, I'm going to go deep in Long Beach history that a lot of y'all ain't familiar with, right? We going to go underground a little bit. We ain't mainstream. We going a little underground 90s right now, right? Now, we had a lot of crews going on in the 90s around that Long Beach, man. So, I got to mention the Dynamics, Now there's a crew called Dynamic, did Perfect, who used to rap with Warren G, and Technique that used to be with Snoop Dogg, and then later on Mac 10. Yeah, Technique and Perfect, they was a part of Dynamic. So gotta mention Dynamic, gotta mention the Scheme Team, gotta mention Piz Norno Style. I can't say their name on here, but Piz Norno Style, you dig? I know the name probably sound funny to y'all, but Long Beach, they some Long Beach legends. Shout out to Hypnotic. You know what I mean? I'm mentioning all crews from Long Beach. Then shout out to the Black Knights, also known as West Coast Wu-Tang. You know what I mean? The Black Knights was signed to Wu-Tang. They was the West Coast Wu, and they was from Long Beach. Shout out to the Black Knights. Man, I feel like Scheme Team. Shout out to the Scheme Team. And then, of course, I got to mention my crew that I was a part of in the 90s, hip-hop in Long Beach, the Funk Foundation. Yeah, that was my crew, man, the Funk Foundation. Shout out to the whole Funk Foundation. And then shout out to the East Funk, who later became the All-Nighters. You dig? Shout out to my brothers, the All-Nighters. You dig? Yeah, man, so yeah, Vince Staples is way later, but shout out to Vince Staples, though. You dig? Okay, Hemp Lord, you remember the Black Knights. Wealth Boss say, I remember the Black Knights. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know Black Knights was from Long Beach, man. Yeah, they went to Gar High School in Cerritos. Yeah, man, I know my history, though. Yeah, man, West Coast Woo. The Black Knights, you dig? Yeah, man. Sharif said, don't hurt him, Freeze, please. Yeah, man, okay. I think I remembered everybody from Long Beach. I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. I already said Folsom. I can't forget nobody from Long Beach, man. Let me double check. Let me go back through my mind. Kyrie, glory to the game, Pop it, Freeze. Appreciate you, top of the morning. I'm trying to remember everybody from Long Beach, man. That's my city. Even though they kind of was cool with different crews, they wasn't really. They was kind of cool with the Piz Norno Styles, but they battled the Piz Norno Styles later on. But I gotta mention my brothers, man. I gotta mention Smooth, my brother Smooth, Too Smooth, and my brother Nide, Cyanide, aka Yak. You know what I mean? Now, my brother, give y'all a little game, right? If y'all ever seen the movie The Freedom Riders, starring Mario, the singer, and Hilary Swank, if you ever seen that movie, the character that Mario plays in the movie is based on my homeboy. My homeboy, Yak, Cyanide. He's been on Oprah with the Freedom Riders. You know what I mean? He done been around the world. He done did a lot of great things in his life, but dope MC. And I put any kind of money up against anybody coming off the top of the head. Just like I'm talking about real freestyle, spontaneous off the top of the head. My homeboy Yak, my homeboy Cyanide, my homeboy Nide. He gonna rip anybody in the world's head. I put him against anybody in the world. Top of the head, man, I wish I called a homie right now. My homeboy Cyanide, man. Long Beach, California. Cyanide. My brother Yak will rip anybody in the world's head off coming off the top of the dome. I'm talking about anybody. I know y'all think Juice is hard. Shout out to Juice. I think Juice is hard. I know a lot of y'all think what's the brother's name from the East Coast, from Baltimore? I think he's from Baltimore. What's the brother's name from Baltimore that's dope off the top of the head? Can't remember his name. Youngster. He dope too. You know what I mean? It's a lot of cats that's dope coming off the top of their head. But my brother, my homeboy Yak, my homeboy Cyanide, man, can't nobody on the planet see him. Nobody on earth can come off the top of the dome better than my bro. And he from Long Beach, California. King Los, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, King Los. My homeboy, he gonna crush King Los. He gonna crush Juice. He gonna crush Supernatural. He gonna crush all of them dudes. You know what I mean? Vicious off the top of the head. But anyway, shout out to my homeboy Cyanide. And then it was somebody else that I just thought of that slipped my mind, man. Who was it that I was thinking of, man? Golly. Talking about Long Beach hip hop, man. Golly, somebody. Man, it was somebody on my mind that just slipped my mind, man. Who was I thinking about? Or maybe I wasn't. Maybe I'm tripping. I already said my crew, the Funk Foundation. Shout out to my brothers. Okay, so yeah, I think we pretty much done, covered Long Beach. Now we're going to ease across. We're going to ease down Pacific Coast Highway a little bit, man, over to that Carson, California, man. Yeah, Carson, California, man. Shout out Razzcast. You dig? Razzassination, one of the coldest hip-hop albums ever. Yeah, shout out Razzcast, one of the coldest MCs ever. You dig? And then shout out Booyah Tribe, also from Carson, California. Yeah, shout out Booyah Tribe. You dig? Then, man, let's see. Let's ease on down the road to Compton, in the words of the legendary Eazy-E. Now, Compton go deep, man. Just like Long Beach go deep, Compton go deep. Yeah, man, shout out, of course, to Eazy-E, NWA, Dr. Dre, DJ Yella, MC Ren. And even though he Inglewood, shout out Arabian Prince, but he NWA, so we gonna throw him in there with NWA, but shout out Arabian Prince. You know what I mean? Then, you know what I mean? We gonna mention BG Scarface, rest in peace. AWOL, rest in peace. Faux Clips, rest in peace. Man, this Compton got so much going on. Man, let's see. Come on, man. Boss Hog CPO, rest in peace. Compton. OG Twitty Bird Loke, rest in peace. Compton. You know what I mean? Lil Eazy-E. Man. Man. Let me see. I gotta take my time with Compton in the 90s, man. It's so many. Oh, OG Blue Rag. Sin Loke. Mixmaster Spade. Toddy T. Even though they the 80s. You know what I mean? Dirty Red. BG Knockout, Gangsta Drayster. DJ Train, rest in peace. Okay, let's go on over to the other side. You know what I mean? DJ Quick. Oh, excuse me. Let me stay on this side real quick. Compton's Most Wanted, CMW. You dig? Of course, MC8. Chili Chill. Or the Chill, my bad, excuse me. Not Chili Chill. Not to be confused with The Chill. Yeah, my bad, excuse me, Chill. The Chill. But Yeah, man. DJ Quick, Second to None, High C, AMG, Mossberg. You dig? Come on, man. Y'all know nothing about what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. Y'all know nothing about what I'm talking about. Let's see, man. We talking about Compton, man. It's a lot going on in Compton. Man. Compton goes so deep. I'm trying to make sure I remember everybody. Oh, King T. My bad. How can I mention Mixmaster Spade and not mention King T? You dig? Even though King T really from Pacoima, but he represented Compton coming up. So yeah, we gonna throw him in there with Pacoima too, but Compton too. You dig? Shout out to King T. Let me see, man. Did we cover? Man, I know I'm forgetting somebody in Compton, man, from the 90s. I think we got Compton pretty well covered as far as the 90s go. I think we got Compton pretty well covered. Let's ease on over to Watts, man. Yeah. Cam. Shout out to Cam. Shout out to rest in peace OG Freeze. Not me. Freeze is it, but we talking about OG Freeze from Watts Franklin Square. Bloods and Crips. Rest in peace to OG Freeze from Watts. OFTB. Rest in peace Flipside. Stretch from the Bloods and Crips. I want to say that's Lil Stretch. But yeah, Stretch from the Bloods and Crips. Damn, man, I'm trying to remember. All the Watts. You know what I mean? Now, see, if we was talking about R&B, we might have to do this on R&B too, man, because Watts got a deep, deep history on R&B. I ain't even gonna mention all the R&B people that y'all probably don't even know is from Watts. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, screw it, man. We just gonna throw them in there, man. Yeah. Shout out to the Whispers from Watts. You know what I mean? Shout out Patrice Rushen from Watts. Shout out to the Silvers from the Nickerson Gardens. Watts. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Yeah, that Watts get deep. Okay, now. How to Survive in South Central. Oh, yeah, Glasses Malone, even though he ain't 90s, but yeah, shout out to Glasses Malone. How to Survive in South Central, man. You cannot mention South Central without mentioning the GOAT. Started this gangster shit. Ice Cube, man. The Don Mega. O'Shea Jackson, man. Not O'Shea Duke Jackson. That's my partner. That's my bro. But we talking about O'Shea Jackson. You dig? Oh, yeah. 103rd Street Band. The Watts Prophets. Shout out to them. Yeah. Oh, and Tyrese. Even though he more R&B, but yeah, we mentioned it R&B. Shout out Tyrese too. You dig? But yeah, South Central, man. Ice Cube. Young Dre the Truth. Rest in peace Sinister. Cypress Hill. Be Real. Let's see, man. Even though he ain't really South Central, he more like Southgate, but shout out Mellow Man Ace. We gonna throw Mellow Man Ace up in there. Let's see, man. Oh yeah, Montel Jordan. Can't forget him. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man, I'm tripping. Sunjata, man, good looking, man. I'm tripping. Let me go on back to Compton, man. Back to Compton. And put some respect on Rodney O and Joe Cooley. Boy, I am tripping. Excuse me. Yeah, Rodney O and Joe Cooley, man. Yeah, but back to South Central. Yep, Deadly Threat. You know what I mean? Caution. Yeah, shout out to Caution. Rest in peace to Gonzo. Man, South Central goes so deep. It's so much going on in South Central in the 90s, man. Shout out to the Lynch Mob. Welcome home to JD. Finally free. Low Profile. WC in the Mass Circle. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back to Compton again. Excuse me. I'm tripping. Rest in peace, Coolio. Compton. Yeah, man. Now let's go on back to South Central. You know what I mean? The Menace Clan. A lot of y'all either forgot about the Menace Clan or don't even remember the Menace Clan. Shout out to Menace Clan. You can't even mention South Central without talking about South Central Cartel. Yeah, shout out to them. Yeah, KD. The Comrades. Rodney King wasn't from South Central. Rodney King was from Altadena, which, as far as I can think of, in the 90s, you didn't have no rappers from Altadena. But it's a dope-ass MC from Altadena by the name of Scipio. If y'all ever got free time on your hands, go check out Scipio. You won't be disappointed. You know what I mean? Yeah, R.I.P. DJ Crazy Tunes. Ronaldo Jason, man. Ronaldo Jason, you a fool. He talking about K-Flex. What up, cuz? Yeah, we can't forget K-Flex, man. Yeah, DJ Pooh, Solo. Let me take on back to Watson and mention Solo. Shout out to Solo. Okay, now we back in South Central. Now, let's see. Man, there was so much going on in the 90s, man. I just want to make sure I don't forget nobody. 90s. See, a lot of y'all, okay, I'm gonna put some of y'all up on game, right? In the 90s, there was somebody that was very dope. He was underground, but he was very dope. And a lot of y'all know him as a comedian today. A lot of y'all be seeing him on YouTube and Instagram, and he is a dope comedian. But man, he was also a cold rapper, very slept on. From South Central, by the name of Boo Capone. Boo Capone was dope, man. I know a lot of y'all don't remember Boo Capone for his rapping. A lot of y'all know Boo Capone for comedy, but Boo Capone was dope back in the day. Yeah, shout out CJ Mack, Mad CJ Mack, you dig? Ahmad, back in the days when I was young, Ahmad. The Far Side. Shout out to the Far Side. Tone Loc. Shout out to Tone Loc. Ice-T. Can't mention South Central without talking about Ice-T. You dig? Yeah, now we gon' should we throw him in there even though he ain't South Central? He can be South Central though. Yeah, we gonna throw him in there, man. Shout out Kid Frost. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kid Frost though. You dig? gonna throw them in there too. Shout out Lighter Shade of Brown. You dig? Yeah. Sunjata, we waiting on. We ain't made it to their section yet. But we yeah, we getting over there though. We gonna make our way on over there though. We in South Central right now. You dig? Yeah, we said Dub C already. Well, we said Mass Circle. We didn't necessarily mention Dub C. Now, I know I mentioned the 5-footers earlier, but the dopest member of the 5-footers back in the 90s was from South Central. She was from the Jungles. Yeah, shout out to Josh Skills. Man, if you ever want to hear a dope-ass female rapper, Josh Skills. J-A-H Skills. Yeah, Josh Skills. Nah, Desmond, I said I just said Mellow Man Ace a little bit earlier, but no, Mellow Man Ace I think really is from Southgate. You know what I mean? But I threw Mellow Man Ace up in there. Malachi, we ain't made it to their region yet. You know what I mean? But we gonna make our way on over there. But yeah, Cam, we already said Cam. But yeah, South Central, man, there's so many people. This South Central, man. Let's see, man. Can't forget nobody, man. South Central in the 90s. South Central in the 90s, man. South Central in the 90s. Trying to remember everybody. Man. Oh, yeah, Yo-Yo. I'm tripping. Excuse me, Yo-Yo. Can't forget Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo was hard in the 90s. Excuse me. Even though she kind of like part Chicago, but she really like Compton too, and she's part of the whole Death Row thing. Let me go on back to Compton and say rest in peace to Jewel. You dig? Yeah, Compton in the house, Jewel, and then also Michelle. You dig? Yeah, man. Yeah, Ronaldo Jason, Josh Skills was on Warren G album. Yeah, Josh Skills got that song Super Soul Sis. But, you know, a lot of people thought, even when I was a kid, I thought Josh Skills was from Long Beach because she was a part of Warren G's camp. But no, Josh Skills is actually from the Jungles in L.A. You dig? Yeah, shout out Josh Skills. One of the dopest females to ever touch a microphone. You dig? Let's see. Let's take a trip to Inglewood, where they always up to no good. You dig? Oh, excuse me. Let me stay in L.A. for a second. Jurassic 5 for sure. Oh, also L.A. You know what I mean? Let me put some respect on the whole Living Legends camp. Yeah. And then also L.A. Dilated Peoples. You dig? Yeah. Now, let's ease on over to Inglewood, where they always up to no good. Of course, you can't say Inglewood 90s hip hop without saying Mac 10. Mac 10. You know what I mean? You also have to mention All From the Eye. You know what I mean? Shout out to Binky Mac. And shout out to Squeak Roo. Yeah, man. And then also, did I mention them, bro? Yeah, I mentioned them. I think they were South Central. I mentioned them already. But rest in peace to Red Rum. Man, rest in peace to Red Rum. Rest in peace to Bloody Mary. And rest in peace to Big Y. You dig? Shout out Sugar Booger from Inglewood. Shout out to welcome home to Lil Hawk. You know what I mean? Welcome home to Lil Hawk from Inglewood. Uh, Rest in peace to Big Hawk. Rest in peace to Baby Hawk. Uh, who else is Inglewood, man? This is from the 90s. Inglewood 90s. Oh, Green Eyes. Shout out to Green Eyes. Shay Shice, I can't remember. Shay Shice might have been from Inglewood. I can't remember where Shay Shice was from. He might be from Inglewood though. But yeah, even though they East LA, but I already threw Kid Frost and Lighter Shade of Brown up in there. So shout out Black Eyed Peas. You did, yeah, man. And even though he originally from New York, but he was representing L.A., we gonna throw Young MC in there. You know what I mean? He a coin toss. He could either be L.A. or New York, even though he really New York, but Young MC represent the West Coast. So we gonna throw Young MC in there. And then you can't also mention L.A. without mentioning Corrupt. You dig? Oh, excuse me. Let me go on back to Long Beach real quick. Man, I'm tripping. Yeah, shout out to the RBX. One of the coldest. RBX. Yeah, so back to Inglewood. I said Green Eyes, right? Yeah, shout out to Green Eyes. Oh, I'm tripping. We got to go back to San Diego, man. Bro name. The hell is bro name from San Diego? Oh, also, you know what I mean? Don Diego. Yeah, shout out to Don Diego. Damn, man, what is bro's name? Damn. What is bro name? Man, I'm talking about San Diego. Y'all know who I'm talking about, man. What is bro's name, man? Gangsta Earn. Tripping. Yeah, man, you can't even say San Diego without saying Gangsta Earn. Rest in peace to Gangsta Earn. You dig? But yeah, back on up the road. What region did we not cover in the LA, greater LA area? You know? Oh, but we gonna mention the far west region. Yeah, shout out to Tina Marie. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all didn't know that Tina Marie was a Venice Showline Crip. You know what I mean? Rest in peace to Tina Marie. Yeah, Fire and Desire, Slick Rick, Tina Marie. You know? Yeah, she was a Venice Showline Crip, man. She was from far west. You dig? Venice, California. But let me see, man. Oh yeah, Juice Lee. But Juice Lee ain't 90s though. That's why I didn't throw the whole Sideways camp. Shout out to Sideways. But I didn't throw them in there because they not 90s. Lady of Rage is Virginia. She from Farmville, Virginia. Shout out to Lady of Rage from Virginia. You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. East Coast. Shout out to Mad Skills from Virginia as well. 90s. Shout out to the Neptunes and NERD from the 90s. Virginia. You dig. Yeah, back to this West Coast shit though. Exhibit. You dig? Shout out to Exhibit. let's see. We gonna ease on up the road a little bit to that San Fernando Valley, to that Pacoima. A lot of y'all probably ain't hip to a cat named Toy Capone. I mentioned J.O. Felony when I first started with the West Coast. Toy Capone, shout out to him from Pacoima. And then, of course, shout out to the Alcoholics. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back to Inglewood. Shout out to Far Eye. You dig. Back to Pacoima. Shout out to the Alcoholics. Let me go back to L.A. real quick. Shout out Field of Agony. You dig. Back to Pacoima. It's a legendary underground rap group from Pacoima, California that a lot of y'all probably ain't hip to, called the West Coast Crew. They had a slight little bit of regional success in the probably early to mid 80s. But the West Coast Crew, shout out to them. You know what I mean? Yeah, shout out Lemon Lime, shout out Cedric, and shout out Young DJ from the West Coast Crew, Pacoima, California. You dig? Now, let's slide on over to the San Gabriel Valley. We just gonna talk about the whole San Gabriel Valley because it ain't a whole lot from each spot. But we gonna stop in West Covina and say shout out to Mr. Grimm. You dig? Then we gonna stop in Pasadena. Shout out to Troop. And shout out to John B. You dig? In that Pasadena. Then we gonna go on down the 10 road, the 10 highway I-10 by 10, you dig? And we gonna stop in we gonna stop in Pomona. And yeah, man, shout out to Sugar Free. Shout out to Cocaine. Shout out to Above the Law. You dig? Yeah, man. Let's see. He's not a rapper, but shout out to Elmer Batters, Long Beach. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back to Long Beach. I'm tripping. You know what I mean? Long Beach Dub All-Stars. Shout out to them. Shout out to Sublime. You dig? Even though they not hip-hop, but they kind of hip-hop influenced a little bit. Shout out to Sublime. Rest in peace to Brad Noel. You dig? And shout out to Ugly Duckling. How could I forget? Talking about Long Beach hip-hop in the 90s without mentioning Ugly Duckling. You dig? Yeah, shout out to Ugly Duckling. But yeah, back to this Pomona thing though. Above the Law, you know, Pomona Pimpin' Young. Yeah. I think that's the whole SGV for the 90s. You dig? Okay. Oh, and then, you know, you got to ease on over to Oxnard, California. Shout out to the Wolf Pack. I mean, the Loot Pack. My bad. Excuse me. Shout out to Loot Pack. Then we ease on up to Fresno, California. You know what I mean? Shout out Planet Asia. And then even though he's not really 90s, but he's like early 2000s, shout out Diego Red. You dig? But Planet Asia. Shout out Cali Agents from that Ventura County. You dig? But Planet Asia, one of the dopest MCs to ever touch the microphone. You dig? Yeah. That's that good old Fresno, California. Oh, Anderson .Paak, but he ain't 90s, but we gon' give him props though. Shout out Anderson .Paak. You know, now, you know what I mean? 12 Degrees Snowman. I just heard somebody recently, I want to say they was either Asian or Polynesian, that was from Oxnard, that was pretty cool. I can't remember their name, but shout out to them. But anyway, Sacramento, man, Macramento. You dig? You can't talk about West Coast hip hop without talking about Sacramento, man. Yeah, man. Shout out X Rated. Shout out Brother Lynch Hung. Shout out Sibo. You dig? Shout out Looney Coleon. Oh, excuse me. I'm tripping. Back to Fresno. I'm tripping. Back to Fresno. Tripping. Yeah, man. Shout out Killer Tay. You dig? Shout out to Killer Tay, man. Fresno, California. Okay, back to Sacramento. Yeah, Looney Coleon. You know what I mean? T Nutty. Hollow Tip. Shout out to Hollow Tip. Young Joker. Yeah, shout out to Young Joker. Man, Sacramento. Mr. Doctor. Shout out to Mr. Doctor. Man, Sacramento got so much. Man, I'm really giving y'all a hip hop encyclopedia because, man, a lot of this stuff you ain't gonna hear nowhere else. Shout out Gangsta Dre from Sacramento. Man, I know I'm forgetting some people from Sacramento. Oh, Smig Dirty. Shout out Smig Dirty, Sacramento. Yeah, Mozzie, but he ain't 2000. I mean, he ain't 90s. Oh, Marvelous. Yeah, I'm tripping. Excuse me. Shout out Marvelous, Sacramento. Let's see, man. Who else, man? Sacramento, man. Man. 666, I'm not hip, but shout out to them. Something terrible. Damn, I feel like I know something terrible, but I can't remember. But shout out to something terrible. Did I get everybody from Sacramento? I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Lunatic. I think Lunatic is from Sacramento. Man, I know I'm forgetting a lot of people from Sacramento. I'm having a brain fart right now, though, man. Man. Gmo West Covina. I'm not hip to Gmo West Covina. I shouted out West Covina, though, with Mr. Grimm. You dig? Shout out Mr. Grimm. But shout out Gmo as well. You dig? I think we got Sacramento covered. Let's ease on over to Pittsburgh, California. You dig? Even though he kind of like part Richmond too, but because he the mob figures, and mob figures originated from Pittsburgh, California. Yeah, man, rest in peace to the Jacker. You dig? Shout out to Jacker. Legendary. You know, shout out to the mob figures. You dig? And all they members. Okay. Let's ease on over to Vallejo, California. Yeah, man, y'all know Vallejo got rich history, man. Yeah, shout out to, of course, E40, Be Legit, D-Shot, Sugar T, The Mossy, Mike Mosley, Sam Bostic, you dig, Levitty, you dig, Lil Bruce, okay, Vallejo. Rest in peace to the Mac. Rest in peace to Mac Dre. You dig? Even though he's originally Grape Street Watts, but we gonna say Coolio. We talking about Coolio from from the Cutthroat Committee, not Coolio from Compton that y'all know from Gangsta's Paradise. We talking about the other Coolio. You dig? Doobie. Uh, of course, Jay Diggs. You dig? Um, yeah, we can't even. And then there's somebody else we can't even mention, man. We ain't even gonna mention him. But yeah, Selly Sell, of course. Uh, yeah, Ryder J. Clyde from the Mob Figures. Shout out to him. You dig? Yeah, shout out Sugar Wolf Pimp, Doobie. Okay. Of course, Mac Mall, representing the Crest. You dig? Vallejo. I said everybody except for that one person. I ain't gonna mention his name. Coolio the Underdog. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, shout out to Coolio the Underdog. Very slept on rapper. Okay, MB225. Yeah, you already know who I'm talking about. He said, yeah, don't mention him. Yeah, we ain't gonna mention him, man. But let's see. Let's ease on over to Richmond, California, man. Yeah, if we gonna talk about Richmond, California, we gotta talk about the legends, man. The Bay Area legends, man. Bay Area originals, man. Yeah, we gotta talk about Magic Mike and Calvin T. Yeah, man. Hey, if y'all ever get time, I know some of y'all done heard Sinful play it, some of y'all done heard me play it, but if you could look up Magic Mike, excuse me, I'm tripping. Miami the Most, Vallejo. Excuse me. Yeah, Vallejo, Miami the Most. Yeah, Magic Mike and Calvin T. Go look up a song. It's on YouTube called Get With My Pimpin'. Yeah, classic, man. Get With My Pimpin'. But anything Magic Mike and Calvin T is classic. And even though he ain't from the 90s, as Wealth Boss mentioned, rest in peace to Johnny Cash. You dig? Richmond's finest. Yeah, so Magic Mike and Calvin T. And then, man, let's go to, before we go to the greater part of the Bay, let's go, hold on. Let's go to EPA. You know what I mean? And if we gonna go to EPA, we gotta mention Totally Insane. See, I'm going deep, man. A lot of y'all ain't even hip to the stuff that I'm talking about, man. Yeah, man, we gotta talk about Totally Insane. Yeah, then excuse me. Let me go. Yeah, Totally Insane. They the only ones really that was representing East Palo Alto back in the day, real heavy. But yeah, shout out to Totally Insane. Then we gotta go to Hayward, California, and we gotta mention Spice One. And then hold on. Damn. What's them brothers' names, man? Hayward, California. Spice One. Man, I can't think of them brothers' name. Damn. Hold on. What's them brothers' names, man? What's the brothers from the brothers from Hayward, man? They used to mess with Spice One. Damn. Oh, the Faculty. 187 Fact. And one of them brothers, I can't remember his name, but one of them brothers passed away from the 187 fact. Rest in peace to that brother. But yeah, 187 fact. Spice One, Hayward, California. And even though he ain't originally from Richmond, you know, he got his start in Richmond, and you know he was putting on for Richmond at least in the beginning, and he kind of represented Richmond once he got mainstream a little bit. But Master P, you dig? Yeah, yeah, like you say, Wealth Boss. Master P was representing Richmond hard. He was representing Richmond for a minute too, for sure. Yeah. But shout out to Master P. Okay, now, man, Oakland got so much, man. Y'all already know Oakland, man. You know, yeah, man, Oakland, man. You know what I mean? Rest in peace, Rap and Rhyme. You know what I mean? Yeah, rest in peace, Rap and Rhyme. Shout out to Aunt Diddley Dog. You know what I mean? And then also, rest in peace to Seagram. Shout out to Seagram. You dig? Oakland, man. Goldie. Shout out to Goldie. Shout out to the Dual Committee, which was Keek the Sneaking Ager Man, which ended up being 3 Times Crazy. Shout out to 3 Times Crazy. You dig? The Loonies. Drew Down. Shout out to 415. Shout out to Richie Rich. You dig? Oh yeah, rest in peace to Dangerous Dame. You dig? Let's see, man. We talking about Oakland, California, man. That's a lot, man. I said Drew Down. I said the Loonies. I said Richie Rich. Oh, the Delinquents. Can't never forget the Delinquents, man. Yeah. Shout out V White. You know, shout out Dr. Purple Thumb. You dig? Ant Banks. You know what I mean? Just shout out the whole Dangerous crew. Yeah, man. And since we just talking about Oakland, man, shout out to Tony Tone, and shout out to In Vogue. You dig? Shout out Guapale. You know what I mean? Whose name then really then became some terminology for that Guapale. You dig? Yeah, but shout out Guapale. Man, Oakland got so much, man. Oakland got so much for the 90s. Let's see, man. I can't forget nobody in Oakland, man. Can't forget nobody in Oakland, man. Can't forget nobody in Oakland. Yeah, the politician, V White, man. Shout out to him. You dig? Man. I know I'm forgetting somebody from Oakland, man. Man. Yeah, I said Ager, man. Shout out to Ager, man. Said Drew Down. I said Goldie. And even though I said their names individually, shout out to the Bad Influence Clique. You dig? Oakland, man. Well, I feel like I'm forgetting somebody in Oakland. But shout out to Oakland. We gonna go across that Bay Bridge. Yeah, I said the Loonies. Which shout out to Young Ma. Oh man, tripping. Yeah, shout out to MC Pooh. Pooh Man. Yeah, can't forget Pooh Man. Yeah, Filthy ain't the 90s, you know what I mean? But shout out to Filthy. Shout out to everybody who out that town that ain't from the 90s, you know what I mean? But shout out to everybody in the town. The Coop. Shout out to the Coop. Man, I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting some people in Oakland, man. So many people from Oakland. You dig? We gonna come back to Oakland if we forget somebody, man. But we gonna ease on across that Bay Bridge to the city, man. We gonna go over to the city, you dig? And first and foremost, man, we gonna say rest in peace, Cool Nut. You dig? Then we gonna say rest in peace, Bald Head Rick. Oh man, I'm tripping. Oh man, excuse me. Let me go back across the Bay Bridge to Oakland. Shout out Souls of Mischief. Shout out to the whole Hieroglyphics crew. Oakland, California. You dig? Shout out Dell, the Funky Homo Sapien. Oakland, California. You dig? Yeah, we on 90s MB. We shout out Be the We the Two though. You dig? But back across the Bay Bridge, man. Again, rest in peace to Bald Head Rick, who just recently passed away. Rest in peace to Cool Nut. Rest in peace to Mr. C. You dig? Let's see, man. Yeah, the whole RBL posse. Shout out to the RBL posse. Let's see, man. Oh, I'm tripping. Rest in peace to Hitman. JT the Bigger Figure. You dig? Can't say nothing about San Francisco if you ain't talking about San Quinn and Messy Marv. You dig? Rapping Forte. 90s for the city, San Francisco. Man, I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting a lot of people. Oh, I'm tripping. Selski. Shout out to Selski. You know what I mean? Man, I know I'm forgetting some people from the city. Tripping. Where my brother Rail when you need him? Oh yeah, Keisha Cole from Oakland. You know what I mean? But shout out Keisha Cole. She was singing for Tupac in the 90s back in the day. You dig? So shout out Keisha Cole. She was around back then. Yeah, I said Messy Marv. Who am I forgetting from the city, man? No, I'm forgetting somebody from the city. Oh yeah, I'm tripping, man. Let me go back across the Bay Bridge to Oakland, man, and put some respect on Hammer. You dig? Shout out to MC Hammer. You know, one of the coldest. Oh, excuse me. Let me put some more respect on Oakland while I'm still over there, man. Freddie B. Shout out Freddie B. You dig? Okay, back across the Bay Bridge to the city. Am I forgetting anybody in the city, man? From the 90s? We talking about the 90s now. I said Rapping Forte. Oh, I'm tripping. Juice. Shout out to Juice. You dig? I knew I was forgetting somebody. 90s. San Francisco, 90s hip hop. Yeah, I said Too Short. Of course, you know I had to say Too Short. Can't say Oakland without saying Too Short. Oh, I'm tripping. IMP, Ill Mannered Posse, San Francisco. You dig? Yeah, man. Who else am I forgetting? Man, from San Francisco? He said Freeze must not like Too Short and E40. Hey, man, I already been said Too Short. Y'all want me to say Too Short and E40 1,000 times, don't you? We already went through Vallejo and put some respect on E40's name. And then we already went through Oakland and put some respect on Too Short's name, and we already put some respect on Mac Dre's name, and we already put some respect on Coog Nut's name. You dig? And we also put some respect on Hitman's name. And we also put respect on Richie Rich's name. You dig? Y'all can't get nothing past me, man. I done already said these names, man. I done already said these names, man. Come on, man. This Freeze you talking to, man. I know my shit, man. I done said all these names already. I'm trying to think. Is it another part of the Bay that we forgetting from the 90s? 90s. We already hit Pittsburgh. We already hit EPA. We already hit Oakland. We hit Hayward. We hit Richmond. We hit Vallejo. And we hit the city. I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. But yeah, man, we covered California pretty good, man. Yeah, we already said Mac Mall's name. You dig? Hey, we went deep, man. We went deep from the east to the west, man. So, yeah, it ain't too many people that you can name that we miss. We might have missed some people deep down in the crevices, man. Gold Toes. Excuse me. Yeah, shout out Gold Toes, and then rest in peace Woody. Got to put some respect on Woody's name. You dig? Antioch, California. Woody was from Antioch, and to my knowledge, Woody was the only one back in the 90s that was putting on for Antioch that I can think of. Oh, let me go back to L.A., put some respect on Johnny J's name. Rest in peace, Johnny J. Urban Pottis, I already said Folsom, man. Come on, man. I'm from Long Beach. You know I said Folsom. You dig? Yeah, rest in peace, Johnny J. I said the Comrades already. KJ from the Doja Clique. I'm not hip. LA Breeze. I said Drew Down already. I said Sebo and Brother Lynch already. We passed through Sacramento already. We passed through Fresno already. We passed through the 805 Oxnard already. Yeah, man. I said 187 Fact already. DeBell, come on, man. You talking to Freeze, man. I already said 187 Fact. Come on, man. Come on, man. We done said a little bit of everybody, man. Let's see, man. I'm trying to see. Excuse me. Let me go back to L.A. Man, that's one of my favorite rappers of all time. We said the Mob Figure, but that's somebody that slipped past me, ain't it, man? I'm tripping. Yeah, man, much love and respect to Player Ham. I'm tripping. Excuse me. Damn. How the hell I'm from Long Beach, man, and I forget Crooked Eye? God damn, I'm tripping. Yeah, man, Crooked Eye. The Doja Clique. Okay, yeah, Doja Clique from Stockton. Okay, shout out to them. That's probably one California name mentioned, or one of few that I said Lunatic already. Oh, Killer Tay, Lunatic, and KJ was Doja. Oh, okay. Yeah, I said Lunatic already, but I didn't say KJ, and I didn't say Doja Clique. Okay. Heem. Is Heem 90s? I don't know. Ghetto Stars, I'm not hip. Jay Stalin, ain't 90s. Oh, yeah, Tweed Cadillac. Man, for real, Sepova the Prince, my man, tripping. Shout out Tweed Cadillac, you dig? Shout out to the whole Penthouse Players clique. Oh yeah, I'm tripping. Dub 20. Shout out to Dub 20. Even though Dub 20 ain't really, I don't think Dub 20 is 90s. I said Seagram already. Yeah, rest in peace to Seagram. Rest in peace to Freako. You dig? Scoob Nitty. I don't know if I'm hip to Scoob Nitty. I don't know why that sounds familiar, but I'm not all the way hip. Oh yeah, my bad. Let me go back to Compton, put some respect on TQ's name. Yeah, man. Shout out TQ. Oh. Let me go back to Carson, California. I'm tripping, man. I put some respect on Razkaz's name. I put some respect on Booyah Tribe's name. But I also got to put some respect on Brandy and Ray J. You dig? Shout out Brandy. Shout out Ray J. Carson, California. Moving on. You dig? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Dub 20 was 2000s. The Relatives, I said they names individually, but I didn't mention the group, the Relatives. But shout out to the Relatives, though. Even though I said they names individually. You dig? Rest in peace, Big Y. Rest in peace, Big B Brazy. And shout out Sugar Booger. You dig? He said you didn't mention Big Sad 1900. Big Sad barely was born in the 90s. You know what I mean? I think he like late 80s when he was probably born. But he definitely wasn't rapping mainstream. You never heard of Big Sad in the 90s. He wasn't even Big Sad probably in the 90s. You know what I mean? I mentioned Kid Frost. I mentioned Mitchie Slick. I mentioned I mentioned pretty much everybody from Death Row individually. Yep. I pretty much shouted out Death Row individually. And I pretty much shouted out Ruthless individually. I said Cypress Hill for sure. Can't forget them. Who else, man? Who else we forgetting from that West Coast? Oh yeah. Gotta take a trip to Seattle and put some respect on Sir Mix-a-Lot. You dig? I mentioned Jewel. Yeah, shout out Sir Mix-a-Lot. And shout out Gorgeous Dre, because Gorgeous Dre was rapping in the 90s. You dig? Yeah. I mentioned T Nutty. Even though Gorgeous Dre, he kind of like half Seattle, half LA. I mentioned Eazy-E. See, a lot of y'all coming in late, man. You didn't hear a lot of the first names that I mentioned or the names that I mentioned before y'all got up in here. But yeah, man, I pretty much covered all the names, man. Pretty much covered all the names. It's crazy. This part of the conversation started when we was talking about food stamps. Yeah, I've been saying Tupac. But yeah, this part of the conversation started when I mentioned we was talking about food stamps at first, and then we went from talking about food stamps to the 90s hip hop. I said Gonzo already, rest in peace Gonzo, and I mentioned Caution, the group that Gonzo was a part of. Yeah. Oh, I'm tripping. Let me go back to LA and mention Thug Life. You dig? Shout out Rated R. Can't remember the other brother's name. This from LA. That was a part of Thug Life. Did you mention Shaheem? Yeah, I mentioned Shaheem, man. We went through the whole New York. We went through New York with a fine-tooth comb for the 90s. And I mentioned Shaheem for sure. Yep. Shout out to Full House. Yeah, man. We've been touching on a little bit of everything and everybody, man. With this hip hop 90s shit, man. We've been giving much props to everybody in the 90s for hip hop, man. Shout out to Slide Boogie, but Slide Boogie ain't the 90s. But yeah, shout out to Slide Boogie. Shout out to the IE. But yeah, let's see. Man, we went underground. We went mainstream. Everybody from the 90s. I even mentioned all the crews from Long Beach that was underground, including myself and the crew that I was a part of. You dig? Yeah, man. We touched on everybody. Yeah, I mentioned Gangstar. Of course, I mentioned Gangstar for sure. Let's see, man. Oh, matter of fact, let me go back to the East Coast because I didn't go up to Boston. Yeah, let's go up to take a trip to Boston real quick, man. And shout out to Benzino. Shout out to the Almighty RSO. Shout out to Hangman 3. Shout out to Made Men. You dig? And shout out to New Edition. Yeah. Of course I said Yuck Mouth. It's because we went from mentioning the spirit of unaliving, and it was around in music in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, because we was talking about old girl, that was in distress with her baby, who was talking about unaliving herself. Then you're right, Em. We talked about you been here from the gate. We talked about how prevalent that was in the music back in the days. Then we mentioned a few artists who unalived themselves, unfortunately. And then then we start talking about this 90s hip hop. I'm late and was driving for 40 minutes. Richie Rich's Do G's Go to Heaven was a classic. Bill, man, you taking it back, man. Yeah, man. Do G's get to go to heaven? Because I don't want to die. But if so, I like to know, do G's get to go to heaven? Oh, yeah. Gotta, you can't say Boston without mentioning Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. And, you know what I mean? Shout out to New Kids on the Block, too. You dig? If you're going to mention New Edition, you might as well mention New Kids on the Block. Even though they wasn't exactly hip hop, but they was urban influence, so we'll throw them in there. They was doing some hip hop dancing for sure, so we'll throw New Kids on the Block up in there. Yeah, the Trey World. I said CPO. Rest in peace. Come on, man. You can't get nothing past me, man. I said everybody. That was in the 90s I'm talking about. Everybody who was doing their thing in the 90s, I said their name. If they from California. Or really the West Coast period, because we just said Sir Mix-a-Lot. But, yeah, man, I said CPO up in there. Rest in peace. CPO was hard. Slept on. Oh, excuse me. See? Y'all's finna let me slip. Let me go back. Let me take a trip to Hawthorne, California. 90s hip hop. Hawthorne, California. Who am I about to say? Let me see if somebody can help me out. 90s hip hop. Hawthorne, California. Who am I about to say? Who am I going to say? I know it's somebody who know they West Coast hip hop in here, man, to remember 90s hip hop. Hawthorne, California. Come on, man. Let me see if somebody know. I said Dale the Funky Homo Sapien already. Yep, sure did. I'm giving y'all a second, man. See if y'all can help me out. I'm the gangster slip in this gangster crib. Yeah, man. Come on. I knew Supposed the Prince knew what I was talking about. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Slip Capone, man. Yeah. Hawthorne, California, man. Yeah. I think we said third base. Or you know what? I'm going to be honest. Somebody had mentioned third base in the comments, and I was going through so many other groups that I read third base in the comments, but I forgot to say their name. But shout out to third base. You dig? I'm from Philly. I have no idea. Sir Charge. Hey, we mentioned Philly too, though. You know what I mean? Shout out to State Property. Shout out to the Roots. Shout out to Cool C. Free Cool C. Yeah, we went all through Philly, man. We didn't mention that other guy. that Cool C used to be cool with, but hey, you know what I mean? We mentioned Schoolie D. Yeah, we went all through that Philly, man. We've been spitting hip hop for hours now. You know what I mean? This went from talking about should a chick be rescued if she in distress with her baby to a whole hip hop discussion, man. We just been spending hours mentioning all the names in hip hop. You dig? Yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about a little bit of everybody, man. Thug Lords, shout out to them. I was in bed. I appreciate that. For sure, man. I know a lot of people gonna go back and watch this just to hear all the names that they might not be familiar with. See, that's the fortunate thing for a lot of y'all this young. You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. Damn, I'm tripping. How the hell could I mention Boston hip hop and I don't mention House of Pain? Shout out to House of Pain. Shout out to Everlast. You dig? Oh yeah, and I said Dove Shack already. Of course, you know I'm from Long Beach, man. So I said all of my. I even said Ugly Duckling. A lot of y'all ain't even hip to Ugly Duckling. I even said the Mexicans. A lot of y'all ain't hip to them. Or if you was hip to them, you didn't know they was from Long Beach. But yeah, man. I done said a little bit of everybody. Oh, excuse me too. Let me go to Pittsburgh, because I didn't even go to Pittsburgh, right? We went to Philly, but we didn't go to Pittsburgh. But we going to take a quick little trip to Pittsburgh and say shout out to Sam Snead. Yeah, since we talking about Death Row and we just mentioned Philly, yeah, we gonna go across Pennsylvania to Pittsburgh real quick and put some respect on Sam Snead's name. Shout out to Sam Snead. Dope producer, dope MC. Oh man, I'm tripping. The youngsters. Yeah. The youngsters. Shout out to the youngsters and shout out Jamal. Yeah, Fade 'em all Jamal. You dig? Shout out to Jamal, man. Yeah, shout out to the youngsters. Tripping. Yeah, gotta put some respect on Philly's name. Wiz Khalifa ain't 90s. We talking about 90s hip hop and a little bit of 80s and all that. You know, mostly 90s though. We talking about 90s hip hop. I said group home. Come on, man. You talking to Freeze. See, that's the benefit that y'all got, man. That is Freeze touching on this subject, man. So, you know, I said a little bit of everybody from the East Coast, a little bit of everybody from the West Coast. You know what I mean? On the next episode, I might, you know, go through with a fine tooth comb through the Midwest and the South, because I kind of breezed through the Midwest, breezed through the South, but I didn't go through it with a fine tooth comb like I did the East Coast and the West Coast. But see, the beautiful thing for y'all is that, man, I said I gave you a wealth. I gave you a wealth of knowledge, man, as far as dope ass groups from the 90s, man. You know, some of y'all that's from different regions, you probably didn't even know some of the underground groups that I mentioned. You know what I mean? From different regions, even though you might have been around back then, you know. And I might even mention some shit from your region that you wasn't even hip to back then. Then if you young, if you a 90s baby and a 2000s baby, you know, I gave y'all some game, man. You know, a lot of y'all probably like, damn, who is this? Who is this? Who is that? Who is that? Shout out Mac Miller. You dig? Shout out to Wiz. But yeah, as far as this 90s hip hop shit go, man, I gave y'all a whole lot of game on this one. Oh shit, I'm tripping. How the hell I'm talking about Philly, man? And I ain't talking about DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, man. Man, I'm tripping. How the hell? Yeah, man, shout out Will Smith, shout out Jazzy Jeff, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, man. Yeah, shout out to them. Since we talking about 90s hip hop, can't forget them. But yeah, East Coast and West Coast, man, I went through. We didn't really miss too much. little bump in the road here and there, but yeah, we ain't missed too much. I was born in '99. Most of these artists new to me for real. Yeah, Alvin Carroll, man. Yeah, you just got a history lesson on this hip hop shit, man. Coast to coast. Yeah, you just got a cold history lesson on this one, man. Yeah, man. But this was a good one, man. I had a lot of fun on this one, man, saying all these names, man. Taking me back down memory lane. Shit. I'm in my 40s, so you talking my era for real. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's our era, man. You know, the 90s, man. Because that's how the conversation kind of like really kicked off, is I was just talking about how dope the 90s was and how, you know, yeah, South Sun TV, hey, Bahamadia was on my mind, but I forgot to mention her. My bad, excuse me. You know what I mean? Just like I forgot to say third base, even though somebody said it in the comments. I forgot to say Bahamadia, even though she was in my mind, but, you know, I was talking about something else at the time. And forgot to mention, got sidetracked, forgot to mention Bahamadia. Shout out to Bahamadia, one of the dopest females to ever touch the microphone. You dig? Yeah. Yep. And yes, sir, about to do my research. Yeah, man, we talked about a whole lot of stuff. What y'all know about 3 Times Dope? Man, yeah, I used to bump 3 Times Dope back in the day when I was a little kid. Funky Dividends out of Philly. EST. Tough Crew. Sir Charge. I'm gonna tell you how dope my hip hop history is, right? I'm about to mess your head up, Sir Charge. You ready? Okay, Tough Crew, right? How about one of the members of Tough Crew married one of the chicks? I want to say he married. I can't remember which one. The chicks that made that song. These are the cars that go boom. We're Tigra and Bunny, and we like the boom. One of them chicks married one of the members of the Tough Crew. Did you know that? Yeah, man, I know my shit, man. Yeah, man. Like I said, man, I'm like a hip hop database, walking, talking hip hop database with this shit, man. Yeah, of course we said Schoolie D for sure. We ain't leaving Schoolie D out. Yep. Oh, I'm tripping. Yeah, take a trip back to Trenton, New Jersey, man. Poor Righteous Teachers. That's somebody that I definitely did not mention. I'm definitely tripping. Man, Poor Righteous Teachers was hard. Rock that funky joint. As I get closer to the point, rock this funky joint. Yeah, I mentioned Cool C for sure. Oh, I'm tripping. Yeah, man, shout out JJ Fad. That's another one that I definitely let slip past my mind, man. Yeah, JJ Fad for sure. I can't believe I forgot JJ Fad and Poor Righteous Teachers, though. I'm really tripping. I didn't even think of them at all. I thought of Bahamadia, thought of third base, just forgot to say their names, but man, Poor Righteous Teachers totally slipped my mind. JJ Fad totally slipped my mind. Damn, I'm tripping. The Bell, yeah. I forgot Ultramagnetics too. Man, tripping. Freeze can go all day with his hip hop knowledge. Q-Mac, you already know, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to have to wrap this thing up in a minute, man. I feel like James Brown, man. I can't get off the stage. Yeah, we mentioned the Jungle Brothers for sure. Damn. Ronaldo Jason, you sure right. I'm tripping. Rest in peace, KMD. Yeah, we said Above the Law. Damn, I'm tripping. Salt and Pepper. How the hell we forget them? And we forgot Kid and Play. Tripping. Yeah, man. Shout out Salt and Pepper. Shout out Kid and Play. Tripping. Man. Tripping. Shit. And Black Sheep. Damn. Tripping. Yeah, I went through the whole native tongues, man, but rest in peace Apache too. Hi. Remember the Apache. Did none of y'all say Apache yet? Rest in peace Apache. Oh, shout out to Nine. A lot of y'all probably don't remember Nine. From New York. Shout out to Nine. Rest in peace Apache. Yeah. But yeah, shout out Black Sheep though. Damn. X-Clan, Brother J. Tripping. I think we did say X-Clan. Yeah, I think we said X-Clan. Oh, I'm tripping. Let me go back to Oakland. You know what I mean? And because somebody mentioned them earlier, but we hadn't made it to Oakland yet. That's why I didn't say their name yet. But shout out to the Conscious Daughters. You dig? Yeah, shout out to the Conscious Daughters. See, the fact that, a small group like that out of Philly should show people how deep your knowledge is, because coming from Cali, nobody knows about Tough Crew like that. Yeah, I'm hip to them. I heard of them. I know about them. I don't really know their music like that, but I know they exist, and I know they was around back in the day. You know what I mean? Yeah, I said Stetsasonic. I mentioned them. Said King T. Damn. Even though they really was 80s, that's why we didn't say them. Because it's a lot of groups in the 80s that we didn't mention, because we was focused on the 90s, but yeah, shout out to the Fat Boys, man. That's one of my favorite groups. Yeah, the Fat Boys was hard. Yeah, shout out to the Fat Boys. Rest in peace, Buffy. Rest in peace, Prince Marky D. Oh, I'm tripping, man. I was talking about the city, man. We was in San Francisco. I knew I was forgetting somebody. Casper for King. I knew I was forgetting somebody, man. Shout out to Paris. And you know what's funny? When we was talking about horrorcore hip hop back in the 90s, when this conversation first started, I didn't say his name, but I had Paris in mind. And then we went region by region, city by city, and we got to San Francisco, and I totally forgot to mention Paris. Yeah, shout out to Paris. Yeah. we gonna keep you straight. Don't trip for sure. Sir Charles, I'm already knowing. Nah, Paris is from San Francisco. You had it right as far as him being from the Bay, but nah, Paris from San Francisco. Damn, I'm tripping. DeBell, you got me. You got me on that one, man. I totally forgot to mention Nice and Smooth, man. Another one of my favorite groups. I'm tripping. Yeah, shout out to Nice and Smooth. Shout out to Greg Nice and Smooth B, man. Yeah, man. Dope ass duo. One of the dopest duos in hip hop, man. Yeah, man, he was dope. It was one of my favorite. It's from Oakland, yeah. Yeah, I said Master Ace. You did. We said Lords of the Underground. Fooshnickens. Fooshnickens is another one who I thought of. I had Fooshnickens in my head, but I forgot to say their name because I was talking about something else. But shout out to Fooshnickens. Yeah, I definitely had them on my mind this morning, though. Shout out to Fooshnickens. We already said Pete Rock and CL Smooth. Faux show. We passed through that money earning Mount Vernon, man, and touched on everything over there. You did. Yeah, man, we didn't win coast to coast, cross country with this hip hop shit this morning, man. You know what I mean? I feel like Sinful to P, if he was talking about gospel, or if he was talking about old school R&B or anything Motown, Sinful knew all that. And my knowledge is pretty good on all that type of shit. When it come to old school, it's certain things I know that Sinful didn't know, or I'll say that I put him up on. he put me up on more old school stuff than I put him up on though. But I put him up on a few things old school. You know what I mean? But Sinful mostly put me up on more old school shit than I put him up on. But I did put him up on a few things though. You did. But yeah, when the way y'all been talking with me about hip hop today, Sinful could have did this for a week straight, talking about old school all R&B, old school, new school, anything between 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s, 50s. Yeah, Sinful knew all, and then gospel. He'll talk all year long about gospel too. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot Moni Love too. Even though, see, because Moni Love is originally from the UK. So we was going, that's why I forgot Moni Love, because we was going region by region. And even though she rocked with the East Coast, Moni Love really from the UK. So that's kind of how I forgot Moni Love. Like you said, with her fine ass, Moni Love, she still look good too. Shout out to Moni Love, you dig? Let's see. Yeah, your hip hop with the classics. With the classics though, yeah. I'm Puerto Rican, but X-Clan was still my shit. That grand verbalizing. What time is it? Yeah, man. Brother Jay, very slept on, man. Brother Jay, one of the hardest MCs ever. You did. But yeah, shout out to X-Clan. Let me see. You know, I know. Right, Marshall, I'm already knowing, you know. For sure, man. But hey, listen, man, we gonna wrap this thing on up, man, because y'all gonna have me up. I'm gonna have y'all up. We gonna have each other up, man, and we'll just keep on going with this shit. But we gonna pump the brakes on it for right now, man. We might to be continue this shit later on. But the real Roxanne. Yeah, you know, that's 80s. Even though I did mention Roxanne Shante, but not the real Roxanne though. Yeah, the real Roxanne, she was fine as hell though. Yeah, the real Roxanne was fine. But yeah, let me put some love in my body, man, before we get up out of here. Yeah, Q Mac, the way that we went through the West Coast and the East Coast with the 90s, we might have to go through the South and the Midwest the same way. But to keep it fair though, because the South and the Midwest in the 90s didn't have nearly as many artists. They had a lot, but not as many as the West and the East. We might just touch on everything Midwest in the South. You dig? Sinful put me up on some music for sure. Alvin Carroll, yeah, I'm sure, especially you saying you being born in 99, I know Sinful put you up on a whole lot of shit music-wise. I'm already knowing. Yeah, Sinful was like how I'm an encyclopedia with hip-hop. That's how Sinful was with R&B and gospel. Oh yeah. Oh damn. I smooth forgot Tim Dog. Rest in peace, Tim Dog. That's another one that slid by me. You got me on that one, Sir Charge. But I'm gonna hit you with one though. Yeah, Dana Burrows though. Yeah, a lot of people remember Dana Burrows for basketball, but they don't remember Dana Burrows for his rapping though. Yeah, shout out Dana Burrows. Yeah. He said not Tim Dog. Q-Max said, "What's your opinion on British rap?" British rap got some. They got some dope dudes over there. Of course, Dizzy Rascal. He been doing this thing for a long time. And shout out Nines. I like Nines. Nines is probably he probably one of my favorite rappers from the UK. Chief Rocker Lords of the Underground. Yeah, man. We already talked about them. Yeah, Paris was hard. The Devil Made Me Do It. That shit was hard back in the day. But yeah, man, we gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up, man. We've been at it. We have certainly been at it. Oh yeah, and Shaq too. You know what I mean? Who all was rapping basketball? Shout out to Shaq. Shout out to Dana Burrows. I know Chris Webber used to rap, but I don't know if Chris Webber ever put any songs out. But shout out to Chris Webber. Of course, shout out to Kobe Bryant. A lot of y'all probably ain't never heard Kobe rap. Kobe was decent though with the rapping. But shout out to Kobe. Who else? Who else basketball was rapping? Oh, Cedric Sabalas. How could I forget? I'm tripping. Y'all was finna let me forget Cedric Sabalas, man. Y'all tripping. Yeah, man. Shout out Cedric Sabalas, man. You dig? Who else basketball was rapping? Dana Burrows, Cedric Sabalas, Chris Webber, Shaq, Kobe. Man. I'm going to have to hit the replay back on this one. Hit the playback on this one. Casper for King for sure. This was a classic, man. We had a lot of fun on this one. This one was cool, taking a trip down memory lane all across the board. Yeah, Damian Lillard, but I'm talking about rappers from the 90s. There was cats from the 90s that was rapping. And shout out to Waylon Tisdale. Waylon Tisdale used to play what did Waylon Tisdale play? The saxophone? Who know what I'm talking about, man? Who even remember Waylon Tisdale? Yeah, man, let's see what y'all knowledge is about before we end this thing, before we get up out of here, man. Who remember Waylon Tisdale? Damn. Allen Iverson was rapping in the 90s? The bell. Hey, we did say shout out Africa Bambaataa, and we don't care about what Thyson talking about. We still gave props to Bambaataa. But yeah, who remember Waylon Tisdale though? Yeah. I think he used to play the saxophone, but he did blues music though. Oh, I think trumpet and sax. Okay, yeah, he probably did do the trumpet too. But yeah, rest in peace to Waylon Tisdale, man. Yeah, he was a solid basketball player. And he used to play, he played the bass. I knew he did something with jazz. I knew he played jazz music. But yeah, rest in peace to Waylon Tisdale, you dig? Oh yeah, and I was finna say Deion Sanders because I was gonna talk about football too. Cause Deion Sanders was rapping. Shout out to Roy Jones, even though Roy Jones' music wasn't all that. Deion music wasn't all that neither. I think Roy was a little better than Deion, but shout out Deion, shout out Roy. Can't remember what other athletes was rapping back in the day. I don't remember. It wasn't no baseball players rapping. Oh, Ronaldo Jason, you said Waylon Tisdale played the guitar. Damn, y'all said the guitar. Oh. He played saxophone and blues. Kenya Jordan, yeah, I thought I remembered him playing the saxophone before. He might have played all them instruments that y'all said, though. Saxophone, bass, trumpet, guitar. But I knew he was into jazz music, though. I knew that much. I remember that. But, yeah, Waylon Tisdale died. He died some years ago. I can't remember if it was cancer, but he got sick. He had some kind of health problems, and that's how he passed away, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, I think that's how he passed away. But yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. We had a blast on this one. This one was fun, man, going cross country, going through the South, going through the Midwest, going through the East Coast, taking our time, going through Long Island, then going through every borough in New York, then, taking our time in California, man, starting from Southern California, man, San Diego, man, talking about Gangsta Earn and all that, you dig, all the way up to San Francisco, man, in Oakland, in the Bay Area, man, and talking about Dangerous Dame and Coog and everything in between, man. We hit y'all with some shit today. Yeah, man, so I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. I appreciate you for all your comments, questions, input, feedback, jokes, memories, all that good stuff, man. I appreciate you for sharing this video. Oh, he had cancer. Okay. I couldn't remember what it was. I knew it was some health problems, though. But yeah, man, appreciate y'all for sharing this video. I appreciate you for subscribing and hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that you comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freeze is it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, as always, long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.